Both the players manages to trade one out, but by the law.
When you and Frank Down has been so effective going up against.
In here, losing most of the gunfights. And look at this, start kind of holding down both
Those final seconds. Now early rotations needed for NB.
defensive Esper and Tesla.
半职业队伍吧，我们所说的铁板烧的黑莓选手，因为他点在先手，
仓库跟我们的点面。
Hello, soldiers, and welcome to the show. This is Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers. And from yesterday, Group A has already shown who will be advancing to the playoffs. And this time, it is the last day for the group stages for the Group B as well. The last chance to make it to the top 3 and the slot to the playoffs as well. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming, and later we'll be joined by the Mustachio AJ. Us 3 will be your voices for the hottest action in this games.
Yeah, we are going to see the final 3 squads that will qualify for the next stage of the competition, and that would be for the playoffs. Well, we don't really get a clear picture of who might that just be, because for now, no one is safe. Every map and every series is going to matter here. Somebody needs to survive, someone will not. And obviously, there's going to be 4 contesting teams here that would vie that spot on that playoffs. And obviously, it's going to be the FREESLOT squad, Dunya Games, Smart Omega, and WPM LOWKINGS. And it's going to be a run-up show here, especially for WPM LOWKINGS, having their toughest schedule yet in today's series. Well, best of luck out there for this squad, man.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking in the background on how it will fare for West Mamba LOWKINGS, especially with the battle against Smart Omega and then later on against WDC FREESLOT, because we all know these 2 teams that LOWKINGS will be going against will be the toughest that they will have so far in the group stages. But let's check out the tournament schedule that we had so far for the group stages. It started from the 9th until the 14th, and this is the last day of that group stages. We will have 1 day of rest. And come Friday, we'll have 3 back-to-back days for the playoffs, where we are going to find out the top 2 who will be stepping on to the world stage.
Yeah, we have some fun in that group stage, and we're now on their final day, and you already know that playoffs is going to get more interesting. And here is our tournament format. We have Group A and Group B with 6 teams there, total of 12 teams comprising in this Garena Regional Qualifier, playing a round-robin 3 games per matchup. The top 3 in groups advance to the playoffs, and well, for Group A, it's already Almighty, ABC, and Blacklist International Ultimate. And for Group B, today is where we're going to decide who's going to be advancing to that playoffs, where the teams will play a double elimination until the upper bracket and lower bracket finals, and the best of 7 grand finals. It's going to be on that grand finals. Oh well, top 2 teams of this playoffs will be able to represent Garena in stage 5, and a total of 2 million prize pool awaits this squads today. But now, taking a look at our group stage standing, you see Group A, ABC ESPORTS, Almighty, and Blacklist International Ultimate being able to claim the 3 seats already in the playoffs, while we do see this Group B having a lot of chaotic gameplay so far. Well, FREESLOT already claims theirs, that's 1. But Smart Omega, WPM LOWKINGS, and Dunya Games are gonna need to fight for their life here for that playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a challenge for the 3 teams in there after WDC FREESLOTs, because they will be fighting for that top 2, and one of them will be placed in there in the 4th place, and the bottom 3 of this list will be saying bye-bye. And I guess with the 3 losses of Ace as well as NGU, I mean, they can still put a fight in here, showing that they stepped into stage 4 and also showed up all the skills, all the tactics that they have to offer, so that it will will be a great experience for them, and probably moving forward, we'll see them a better team afterwards. But this time, our eyes are peeled on all 4 teams in there from the top. WDC FREESLOT will be one of the factor that might be going against the LOWKINGS. And love seeing our counterpart out there as a shoutcaster. And for those of you who aren't here, I mean, it's not just us that is doing that. There's like other broadcasts as well happening. But if you want to listen in on English, just follow the pages of Facebook as well as the channel in YouTube, and we have a Twitch as well running. So make sure that you provide those likes and shares as we introduce the first team, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. The Moors, Kalo, Luffy, Alea, Epox, and MJ. And from what we were talking about earlier, Callie, Epox, MJ needs to move up and show up this time so that they have a great chance of winning, if not 1, probably 2 matches against Smart Omega.
Yeah, facing playoff contention elimination, WPM LOWKINGS has to win one of their 2 series in here. And of course, the squad needs to see Epox and MJ in today. And they gotta step up, They have to greatly win more gunfights, a team they didn't really had versus Dunya Games on their day number 4. Well, this first series is very important for them. Team play should be 110%. So you see Coach Alea right now dropping in the bombs and giving this team the shot calls on where they might try to play up against Smart Omega. And again, it's going to be important because the team that they're going up against with is Smart Omega, the back-to-back Garena Masters champions. They got Jay-Z, Idra, Rage, Risky, Candy, and Whoopi.
Yeah, and they lost against WDC FREESLOT from day number 2. Might be a little bit surprising, but it might also be part of the plan, because we've seen some of the teams, I'm not saying throwing, but not giving all their best in some of the matches because it's only the top 3 that they need to catch up on to step on the playoffs. And as we look at the teams right now, we are seeing Coach J right here, and I think later on we're also seeing Coach Device, the double coach, will be working in here. And it's not only double snipers that at some point work for the team. Double coach might also be another thing that might cut off or catch on to the other teams as well, because it requires different tactics and different mindset in terms of providing that details to the team. So we'll have to find out later on if this is a great improvement for this team right now, because they will be challenging West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, wherein the coach is really supportive and also providing all those details, not only mid-game, but also after each matches.
Not only does Smart Omega and WPM LOWKINGS had share similarity with the way they win their gunfights, but they also have coach backing them up. So you obviously know that there's going to be preparations leading up to this tournament time. And you see it here, the map picks. It's going to be Smart Omega winning that coin flip. So they get 2 maps in here. But before all that, let's take a look at the lower half. Omega will ban Spyro and Slums, a favorite ban pick here from Smart Omega. They clearly don't love playing Slums at all. But for WPM LOWKINGS, great pick by banning Summit in there. Removes the chance of Omega picking that, especially in that Search and Destroy. And, well, in one of the controls as well. And they also banned Purifier in here as their skill operator. So with that said, you have the Annihilator open in here. And that's going to be make or break for both ends. You already know Omega, they love playing the Annihilator and they can pop off with it, especially Candy. He can time those shots correctly. Same thing with Whoopi. Well, the mechanical capabilities will greatly favor Omega with that Annihilator open up.
Yeah, it's pretty much a sniper as a pistol right there for the Annihilator. And the first game will be firing range. And so far, based on the stats that we have, it's fair between these 2 teams. And like we mentioned, it might not be the actual strats that the teams are pulling off right now, giving out this scores, but we're seeing a little bit of 50-50 right here, depending on how they are going to play this first match, because as we keep mentioning, this is the last chance for them to show off and show up in this game so that they can get as much point as possible to step on that top 3.
And knowing how dominant Smart Omega is, they're going to be stronger heading into this matchup. While Whoopi continues to be the first Blood Reaper in S&D, Rage is starting to become the main offensive performer in Respawn, securing top frags and always prepared for that next gunfight. His contribution today is going to be needed. They get this win versus WPM, they clinch their playoff spot, and now we get to start the first game today. Omega and WPM LOWKINGS hard point at firing range, and Omega Whoopi will kickstart the game while being in the mid map, and it seems like WPM are on the hunt early in here. They get the early power control.
Yeah, power control on the power positions, both on auto repair, where the first hardpoint will be showing up, as well as in a white warehouse, where those members of the team can provide cover, especially if some of the Smart Omega will be stepping into that hill. Now, rotation right now has been played, and Smart Omega will be stepping the hill. 3 members already in there, as well as clearing area as coverage for them. Epoch right now going for the kill together with Demors. Kalo as well as take over this hill with 23 seconds before being taken down.
Yeah, Epoch's gonna search forward, the snap back from that sandbags, and is able to open up the hard point for WPM LOWKINGS. Still a very close game in here, 15-17. Right now, firing range is going to be kind of deadly in here. You get the speed to rotation, you are gonna be in for a ride. Epoch's now finding some conversions in here with that Peacekeeper. Well, he's going to be the difference maker in here at P2, while the team continues to find ways to break inside this hill. Omega will steal it away from them. As we open up initially, it's going to be Omega right on time, and well, WPM LOWKINGS needs to get this break.
There's a little bit of delay of push from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS in there going into P2, whereas only one has been left in there trying to defend that hill before it gets activated. Thus, Smart Omega was able to get and cover that hill rotation to the rest of the team, especially the Slayers out there, just cleaning up the backyard, the clearing area, as well as the sides of Command Center. The push is on right now for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. MJ in there going for the kill, as well as Kalo. They take over this P2 with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, you're going to try to put the pressure on the front here, and Epoch's able to line him up. That's going to open things up in here at this P2, but still, the game is still on. Omega will be able to get that early rotation at this P3. Huge play in here by Idra, dropping one of the players from WPM LOWKINGS contesting at this P3 rotation. And well, this is the perfect time to actually bring out the operator's skills. That Annihilated at Gravity Vortex is going to be the key difference maker in how you hold and how you break this hill. Omega with that 30-point lead, not bad for WPM LOWKINGS. They can still catch up, but they have to put their resources inside. Omega's been winning the early hold, and WPM LOWKINGS needs to stop that.
Yeah, they need to stop that, as well as use those utilities to their favor. Rage right now raging on after getting stunned, and will be taken down. And the entry of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS will be cut off right now. All doors covered, even the windows will be closed. No thief will be able to steal this hill against Smart Omega. Predmiddle in there being released, and Idra takes down MJ in the process. And still, Smart Omega taking this hill, getting close to that century mark.
I mean, listen, that P1, P2 to P3 hold for Omega is going to put them down in here with that lead. They're locking it down, chaining after every hard point that they get. Last 15 seconds, and for WPM LOWKINGS, they're going to give up the time. They will be having the shower response, which is going to be very beneficial, but look at how risky is going to take this with that RPD. You're going to spam around the back and maybe make things harder for WPM LOWKINGS to get some hold. And now it's going to be a pinch play coming through for Smart Omega, number 3 in blue. That's going to be Rage, able to get the attack from the Tarps, but unfortunately will get shot down. Great win so far for LOWKINGS in holding up the power position. Of course, that anchor spawn, but Omega is going to strike once again with Whoopi leading the front man. It is there for the contest, and Omega strumming them over. Candy with the Annihilator. This is what we're talking about. This is where we see Smart Omega love bringing in those pistols, and it's going to convert some shots, and they're going to clear out and bully WPM LOWKINGS badly. Take a look at the lead right now. 100-point, and Risky is going to make that worse with the gunfights. It's being won over right here right through mid.
And split coming in for Smart Omega, providing a challenge against West Point Mamba LOWKINGS as they bash their heads towards each hill, and they are taken down. And it's not even about stepping in the hill from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. They try to cover all the area first before it gets activated, and from the moment it gets activated, Smart Omega just steps in, and that is the loss that has been felt by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. And as we see the rotation of this guy in number 1, Whoopi right now, together with Idra, will be clearing the area as they prepare auto repair for that next hill.
And it's gonna hurt WPM LOWKINGS the most in here with Whoopi being able to control this white warehouse, and he's going to surge around and surge in at this control. Now inside the hard point, they are going to continue accumulating all the time, and it's been them breaking, bullying out WPM LOWKINGS and setting up this early hole in rotation. Whoopi's been popping off, but do take a note of Idra as well, having 18 kills inside that battlefield. Already got this foolish streaked up, got that amount of pretty skills actually available as well. WPM LOWKINGS is struggling winning their gunfights, and maybe an opening right through the power position is going to be very important for them. Maybe get that auto repair shop or get early hold at that white warehouse, where in return they do get, but it's gonna cost them some lives. Final 18 seconds left, and LOWKINGS continues to drop off the hard point and just play for respawns, and it's not going to completely work in here right now because they're not really having it in terms of winning their gunfights.
Yeah, they might be able to work it on respawns as well as where they will be popping off in the map, but the delay that they put in there as they step into the hill little damages the potential of them getting all those points, thus not even reaching 50 points in the process, as Smart Omega is getting for that double century mark a little bit too far in there in terms of points, showing that Smart Omega right now is smarting it up, and we are feeling the pressure out of the teams. Those who want to step in onto the playoffs right here. Candy going in for the spray, taking this area as Luffy stays behind in there on to P2. 34 seconds in there for that hill, and there's plenty of time for them to spare. They can take over this hill, jump over to the next one on White Warehouse, and then later on get more points, cutting the approach of Smart Omega. But how far can they work on this? Because it's almost 200 for Smart Omega right now. It's very far for them to catch up.
Better map control so far than P2 for WPM LOWKINGS, but Omega's already locked in and around the P3. This is going to be a solid hold with this XS1 Goliath inside. A lot of health points, and WPM LOWKINGS, if they don't bring out those operator skills, it might just be the proving factor in here. But they shot it down with Luffy investing that Predator missile. That's one way you find good use of that operator, and of course, that score streak as well. WPM LOWKINGS trying to create that break. They're slowing it down. Epox is going to be backing this man up, throwing the trophy system down. Epox is going in for the attack, but they will not be able to find the success. Omega is just holding off. They win the early rotation, but WPM, it's kind of too late now. They gotta double down. They gotta get in. They gotta get in fast.
Yeah, for hardpoint, it's a combination of getting the engagement as well as controlling the spawns, and you can control the hardpoint. That is what we're seeing right now from Smart Omega. Not so much from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, as the engagement they are not winning is bringing them to a halt in terms of the scores. 20 points remaining in here for Smart Omega to take this win, and there's plenty of time for them on this P3, but we are going to rotate later on because there are only 10 points remaining, and Candy preparing that stage for the team right now to get the remaining points to take the W.
A great job so far from Candy, but take a look at this. Whoopi is just taking over the game, winning every gunfight that he sees, taking and leading this lead and this lobby in total kills. And right now, 5 more points for Omega to win this matchup. We might just call it a game. The hard point is locked down dominantly as we end this map number 1. Omega rocking that win, 250 to 103. A dominant effort and a surging offense just laid out and of course planned out by the yin and yang combination of the coach here, Coach Jericho, and of course Coach Device.
Yeah, Coach Device showing up after not seeing him earlier on, but that is our usual Device. He don't show up until the end of the game, and this time a little celebratory dance coming from Coach Jericho right there. But I mean, going back to the gameplay that we've seen from Hardpoint, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS had good ideation in terms of the spawns and rotation they have, but a little bit delayed in stepping in the hill, even like not so much in winning the engagement, and that is what they need to work on, especially for a team like Smart Omega, who has been in the game for the longest time, and not only in the game but also winning games overall. Whoopi in there, the highest fragger, as well as the third. I couldn't tell. Like, a lot of them has been staying in there, and 4 members of the team going for the objectives more than 1 minute into each heal, and they are showing up how you can win a hard point. It's not just only the slays but also the OBJ.
Yeah, objective time is greatly important for Smart Omega's win here. You know, they distributed that time perfectly, and with that said, they also had that early hold inside the hill. And once they are getting broken apart, they always have the flank to work through them, and they are always successful at breaking the hill whenever WPM LOWKINGS steps inside the point. Well, it's all because of Whoopi, who always created the play inside the map. He always cuts the cross right through the middle, and scoring 33 kills to propel this team to victory. He can really full throttle at the moment, and he's going to be the MVP here today. And moving in after this hard point, since it's going to be claimed by Smart Omega, they win this standoff search and destroy. It's basically them clinching their playoff spot. But well, it's going to be a tough one, you know? Sniper versus sniper in, moving into this map number 2. Whoopi versus the Terminator in Luffy.
Luffy is one of the best contender in there as on a sniper, but we'll have to find out if any of the teams will be pulling out a double sniper in here, taking a little bit more advantage in the formation gameplay as well as the early frags, but that is what we'll have to find out. So far, standoff is a classic map that we have, and based on the statistics, it's more games that has been played and won by Smart Omega at this point, and well, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS really don't have that much to show in here because this is one of the top 2 maps that they have been banning from the qualifiers before standing on stage 4.
Yeah, first blood is key to winning Search and Destroy, and Smart Omega, they've been so successful getting those first bloods. It's either going to be risky or going to be Whoopi with that sniper, but today they will meet their toughest contender, and that's going to be Luffy on the other end, sending back that receival as Whoopi gets shot down as we move in. An early 4v5 situation in here, although we do see WPM LOWKINGS trade one of the players there with Kalo actually out of the play. Well, looking at the defense so far for Smart Omega, kind of centric around a very aggressive take with number 3 Rage sent out around the back, and Demor's gonna punish that guy right through the Grandmas. 3v4 situation, it's all down to WPM LOWKINGS capitalizing on this number advantage that they had. They might as well push in here because right now, it's gonna be disregarded by Smart Omega.
Yeah, Alpha is a little bit clear right now. It's cleared out by Smart Omega, and they pulled back from that offense or from that defense from Alpha. But focusing more on the mid as well as Bravo area, good chance for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS to take that plant. 2 members holding on to their positions as the plant is being made by Epochs. And here comes the approach with 40 seconds on the clock. It depends on how Smart Omega will be able to make that defense because 3 members are left for the team.
Now Demore is going to storm around the back. Number 3 and MJ holding down the perimeter corner. That should be information sent out now. Look at F-Box with a huge 2 kills, stepping up greatly. But now Demore's in the flank, going to surge forward once again, and Risky finally gets shot down. And a couple of facts in here before we move into that round number 2. For those who just may know, Risky and Apox actually play in one team before at Garena PH Championship. It's called Team Creamy, and they were former teammates, and now they're battling it out here at Garena Regional Qualifiers 2022. Talk about how far these two have come along. And well, moving forward, round number 2, take a look at this. Smart Omega, Boss Neptune, they're trying to play for that retake. Pre-flant right now for WPM LOWKINGS.
Yeah, they need to take the retake right now for the points. Kendi going in, initiating against Kalo, and Kendi will be moving in towards this area, the backyard, as the rest of the teams right now getting position, making sure that Alpha is a little bit has that distance that they can take over and rage right now, raging on, but will be taken down in there by Luffy. Kendi trading in Epochs in the process, and Luffy is left alone, and Luffy will be able to take down Whoopi with that pistol. Kendi taking down Luffy in the process and the defusal with plenty of time, taking the points 1-1.
Great defense there by Smart Omega. As soon as the bomb gets planted, they send out Rage to move around the L wall and dominate that bakeries. And that's where they were able to create that difference. Great play for Luffy shutting down Whoopi for the first 2 engagements. Whoopi still currently has 0 kills in his first 2 rounds. And that's what you want to do if you're WPM LOWKINGS. Continuously shut this playmaker down. D-Morse, huge God Nade against Rage. That's 1 power player actually out for Smart Omega. So starting off this round 3, it's going to be WPM LOWKINGS having quite a great ingress. Number 5 in Kalo on the back as well. Jumping Kenny on that minimap. So an early 3v5 in this first 30 seconds. Well, WPM LOWKINGS, they're onto something.
Yes, Smart Omega Reed need to change their rotation right now as well as positioning because so far I think the read has been done by West Point Mambo Kings. Now, opportunity to go in for the Alpha right now has been cut short by 2 members, but there goes Epox for takedown against Whoopi. And Risky takes down MJ in the process. Daymore is on the other hand using this heady for that hit, but there goes a takedown. Idra will be taken down by Kalo on the other side, and it's now left to one risky gameplay right here against 3 members of the West Point Mambo Kings. Far rotation from Risky, and will try to hit that with a God Nade, but I don't think anyone will be hit just yet. He needs to make the rotation, but time is running out.
Risky down to the final 30 seconds. That angle that WPM LOWKINGS are just holding is just deadly here. Apox will just get that landing blow as soon as this guy pops off. So that should be information set out. Look at this. 2 players heading their turn head around this mid-map. And look at this, number 4 actually as well. Luffy trying to get the killer with the sniper. But he bought the time. He was a distraction. Good bait and switch for WPM LOWKINGS. They take that round number 3. And again, the key to victory, if you're up against Smart Omega, you would want to get that first blood. Not let Whoopi ongoing. Right now, once again, they're doing a great job. Whoopi still 0 kills so far inside this matchup. Luffy has to continue playing that way.
Yes, if Luffy will be able to take down Whoopi right here, we might be seeing a lot more points coming in for West Point Mambo Kings. Whoopi checking the positions as well. He will be a little bit careful because he don't want to be caught off guard once again being initiated onto the frags, and will be starting off the push from West Point Mambo Kings. We now have a push from KLO from the other side, getting information, but I think because of the movement of Smart Omega right there from that backyard, they will not be pushing through as they wait for the signal coming from the seam, as Bomber will be holding this bomb. A minute remaining, plenty of time for them to rotate, but so far I think they will be going for Alpha and clearing area right now. I think it's cleared, and they might be going in for that push in a few seconds.
This is going to be a Smart Omega bait here. You know, as soon as WPM LOWKINGS decide to go for that plant, that's going to be Omega just warming down and flooding the point. Candy with a huge God Nade. Luffy shuts down Idra, and well, we got that first blood traded out. We got this 45 seconds. The time to play for retake for Smart. We're gonna take them. Now Luffy continues to continuously drop all the players from Smart with Rage actually shot down. Now, tactical utility is going to get thrown in. Whoopi, this is kind of a very off angle, but Candy finds one up front. And now going to surge in forward, looking to play for that flank on this L wall. Could he spot some players? I don't think he's going to find one, not just yet. But the wraparound is going to be very huge. Number 4 and Risky needs to play the flank perfectly. Number 2 on the bench, Candy going to get the swarm and kill. Gonna get one, but unfortunately wasn't ready for the next. Epox was there to win that next gunfight. Beautiful. Bait and switch once again for WPM LOWKINGS. Just baiting one to convert the final player. 1 and 3 right now for WPM LOWKINGS. They are executing those strategies very perfect.
Yeah, they have to do this for 4 more rounds for them to get that 1 point together with Smart Omega. And earlier we were talking about how this will end up, just in case it will end up as a 2-1 or a 1-2 for either team. And West Point Mambo Kings might be in a better end if they win 2 matches in here against Smart Omega. But that is a long shot right now. Still, even with the 2-point lead that they have in Search and Destroy, it can be taken back that easily. But it won't be happening if the God Nade of the Moors will continue on.
Oh, well, a Candy huge fight there. 1-2 at the back alley at the gas station with Kilo dropped out. Again, Luffy shutting down Whoopi. Look at the rounds we have. We are on the 5th round still. Whoopi has 0 kills, and the gameplay is just too strong for LOWKINGS at the moment. But Luffy, he continues to fight more players.
Nice.
Somebody put him on screen. This guy's just dominating. 8 kills right now in the game. Leads the total lobby in kills. There we go. He's on that mid-map. The bomb plan is going to come through here. And Luffy's going to throw a God Nade right through that P1, but not going to find any players there. Well, the numbers are going to be in favor for LOWKINGS. They just got to play this one correctly, not let Risky and Candy do their thing. And well, Risky could just be the player here that could be important for this first skill, but they broke through the first line of defense and they will be unsuccessful. LOWKINGS fighting tooth to the nail in here. Neptune.
Good gameplay All thing I can say about that final moment is debated. They haven't made it. It's going for the push. MJ and Apex go and put them down. 1-4 in the scores right now. Westman LOWKINGS in the lead, and they are not slowing down. Luffy in here for the kill against Whoopi.
There we go.
And I don't know what's happening with Whoopi right now, but Luffy is looking like the best sniper in the Philippines at this point, taking down Whoopi game after game, and still no points gathered from this guy named Whoopi.
Whoopi is just getting terminated by the Terminator. Look at the plays coming through here. Inter still gets shot down. Kenny's the final player playing a 1v3. 25 seconds is left. And Luffy continues to be the proving factor. But now Kenny decides to make the push around the cubby. Finally gets shot out. WPM LOWKINGS. The strategy continues to be converted. And well, the Terminator, Luffy, is terminating Whoopi. And it's not looking good right now for Smart Omega without their best player getting those first bloods. And talking about how first blood's going to win you games, so far, WPM LOWKINGS has been able to convert majority of their wins. Right now, 5-1. 2 more wins to get going. They'll be able to claim this map number 2. And now we're able to switch the sides, and Luffy's still opting for that very cheeky angle. This guy right here, he is one of the special players of WPM LOWKINGS, honestly, and continues to be that game changer. And well, the bomb is going to get planted in. WPM LOWKINGS is going to be playing for that retake. Let's see how Smart Omega post-plant defense here.
And Epox right now going for the push. A takedown against Risky, but Rage takes him down with a nade. Whoopi getting a little bit of distance so that he will not be shot down that quickly. Kenby with that smoke, a little bit of distraction. Rage and Idra pushes in, takes down 2 members of the LOWKINGS, and it is now left to Luffy at this point, turning the wrong corner, and will be backstabbed by Kendi. And that is 1 point. And so far, earlier the attack is well played by Westbound LOWKINGS, but this time, defensive side, it is not working that well. And we were seeing how Luffy was popping off, and I was thinking probably they have a separate session with Coach Olea wherein they are studying where Whoopi will be positioned, where can he be timed, whether an attack or defense, and that's one thing that they can do if they want to take down the eyes of this team of Smart Omega.
And well, they are continuously being so effective with it. Whoopi still 0 kills here. D-Mor's now pushing out, dropping Whoopi again. They just really know when to time their attacks correctly. They do have that first blood going to be traded in. And Smart Omega's already routing the Ray at that A-bomb site. While it's going to be a closer proximity player. Failed bait and switch made by Luffy and D-Mor's there. So there you go. Smart Omega, they take down one of the threat in the game. They just need to convert a few more. And Risky with that follow-up, they could just get the cleanup in here as well. But look at this. Number 2 needs to survive in this title, fighting for his life. Risky, the former teammates going at it on one another. And Risky's going to get the final end. But number 1 in blue and yellow is going to be around the flag. The bomb is not getting planted. This pinch play right here is going to be proving useful, but it gets caught out from the cars. And Risky back-to-back plays, and Omega's in striking distance now, 3-5.
He went a little bit too deep in there, and the push, not anticipating the car will be in there in this turn. He might have survived that, and he then pushed forward towards the haystack and turned that corner and went around. A 1v1 might be a possible thing that will be done. A little more chance in there for that round number 8. But round number 9 right now, Rage takes down Luffy. And I think this is a response that the team has, not only Whoopi, but the whole team of Smart Omega against Luffy.
Well, the comeback kings in here, Smart Omega now slowly making their attack, but WPM, the strong attack at the back is gonna be more than enough for this team to win. Okendi picks the wrong angle, and Apox is there for the cleanup. All down to Whoopi, still needs to get the conversions, but still finds nothing. Idra, big play there, a massive one, gets the huge 2 kills. Now 1 more player to worry about, gets stuck throwing the nade. 15 seconds is left, Kayla will be able to clutch things up. And that's going to be match point for WPM LOWKINGS. The story so far is how well they continuously dominate and outfrag Whoopi, who's still at 0 kills inside this game. But you know, you gotta convince Smart Omega. They are working it up there, supporting this player who's continuously struggling. They have Risky with 10 kills already, but it's still not enough. WPM LOWKINGS has the chance to end this here.
It's not likely that Whoopi will be ending this game with 0 frags. I think he's still sleepy, and Rage right now is all awake to cover for that. And Rage right now is here, providing a little bit of distraction with grenades and backing off towards Candy at this point. Good rotation, possibility for a bait that will be happening, but Whoopi getting the information. Still 0 kills, had that opportunity, but Whoopi, I think he's just not giving it his all this time. It is match point, and still Whoopi has 0 kills. It's quite a surprise, Callie. I'm really surprised at this point on how Whoopi has been bombing in this game.
And maybe he's just heading the stretch, but MJ huge 2 kills there, and Candy will be able to take down MJ. That's going to be the final blow. And well, Smart Omega now a 2-round lead that they gotta hold on to and of course win in order to force that overtime. But back again to Whoopi. Maybe he's just laying back for now, and of course just do everything and work the wonders in the playoffs. Maybe not. Maybe he's just continuously struggling in here. I mean, D Morris and Lupe is doing a great job dropping all of these players, but a good play from WPM LOWKINGS, smoking around that B, and Kalo operating in the cubby. One more player down. And now the push is going to be important, but MJ gets caught across, but Risky will be there for the cleanup. Apox will be finding 2 players. And well, it's going to be a 2v2 situation here, but Rage on the flank could just get this read and of course dominate this round number 11. But let's see though how they time and of course put the efforts in here. Rage still getting that kill against Luffy. Apox, the final player alive, will be shot down, rained down upon by Idra. 5 and 6, Smart Omega slowly pulling off that comeback here, Neptune.
Yeah, and might be going in for that overtime later on as they get close to that 6th mark in terms of point. But West Mom LOWKINGS, I think they still have a few aces in their sleeves that they can pull off against Smart Omega at this point. But Epox will be initiating that in the mid-map. And here comes the rest of the teams right now rotating. It's a little bit too fast. And here comes Whoopi waking up this time. And I think when push comes to shove, Whoopi will be popping off. And this is the guy waking up, starting the game right now. And I won't be surprised if he'll be able to catch up on the points that he has lost earlier just for this game. But we'll have to see, because West Point Mamba LOWKINGS is taking this slow and careful because they want to get that win.
Yeah, Whoopi took him 12 rounds to actually get one, but finally able to get that convert, but it's still not really enough. This team needs to win this round to force that overtime. They do have that mine advantage, and they just can hold it off in these off angles with Candy being around the barrels. WPM, they might be able to use their tactical utilities to create an ingress in here, maybe destroy all of those trophy systems, but it's going to take a huge margin. WPM LOWKINGS is going to cancel that, and D-Mor's going to be the first player. Needs to check out the players right up front, but has to check the other angle as well. Notice how number 5 and number 4 is going to be around the mid-map, and D-Mor is going to play individually, and well, the attack at the mid-map is going to be important, and WPM LOWKINGS execute. Oh! Luffy with the shot! Gets the trickles, but will be shot down by Indra! What an engagement! A little bit of a mixer there, but we get an overtime.
Overtime indeed, but before we got there, Luffy was popping off quick scope and a backstab by Indra, bringing his frag to 13, the second for this team right now in terms of frag. But tactics aside, this guy is on fire. But as we go into overtime right now, 2 points consecutively for Dam to take this win. Initiation coming from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, taking 2 members of Smart Omega. They are taking it slow. They are taking it careful. At this point, they don't want to risk anything so that they can have the advantage in the points later on.
Oh, Luffy! He still shuts down Whoopi. The Terminator is still living inside Luffy, as they are able to create the ingress now on this A site. Risky with a God Nade, Risky on the flank as well. Bomb down, 45 seconds. Trophy system should be down. And it's going to be a long run for Idra right through the bakeries. And the clock is ticking. They need to make a move. They gotta get in fast. Risky right here, Neptune, could just be the detrimental.
Yeah, I mean, Risky is one of providing distraction for the backstab being done by Indra, but no! Trophy system hidden in there takes him down, and Risky is all alone, and the opportunity for the catchback depends on Risky. There goes the push! A hit has been done. Epox will be taken out, but D-Morse was just waiting in a corner in the shadows. And there goes the point right now. 6-7 lead by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
Yeah, they have to work all the way through all the work done by Luffy. And well, it did turn out pretty greatly for them as they now finally get the lead. But we're going to switch the side. And this is actually where WPM LOWKINGS struggles the most. And Luffy, again, he's going to be the threat here. WPM, if this guy shuts down, it's going to mess up their win rate in this matchup itself. But Luffy, he spots the player, almost a shot there made. And you see the respect made by Smart Omega. He spots the guy jumping, they back away immediately. It's going to be a very close. But WPM LOWKINGS, they're defensively oriented at this A side. And that B side, it's going to be important for Omega if they do want to get these kills.
OP right now, a little sneaky, trying to peek in there, getting some information. And the rest of the teams of Smart Omega will not be pushing that aggressively. They want to get information. They want to get that visibility. And there you have it. Alpha has been seen. And we'll see what the response of Smart Omega at this point. There goes Rage moving into the haystacks and seeing one, but no takes down again. Epoch, it is MJ who takes down two together with Kalo. And
you gotta get out.
It is now the man advantage for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Luffy for the takedown again. Idra and Whoopi takes the Morse down. But it is now a 1v3. Whoopi is the only one left for the scene.
Yeah, he gets 2 kills here. This is going to be important. If he gets this 3 kills here, that's gonna be an ace. But 30 seconds is left. Has to be very efficient with the way he takes his final 3 players. And if we can get that bomb planet, he's going to be good to go. But it's going to be a challenge for him to move around the map with the way WPM LOWKINGS is covering grounds. Whoopi with the scope. 3 kills in the matchup. Struggled on the first 12 rounds. Picks up the bomb. Playoff contention on the line. And it's going to be Whoopi finding the player. But MJ with the shutdown. WPM LOWKINGS, they survive. And they win this round and this map number 2.
Signing off 1-1 into series points.
Look at Luffy, man.
Off.
Look at Luffy. Look at Luffy. Oh my God.
It's just that guy who won't be phased. Even after the match, winning all those fights, he will not be phased. He will be that focus in this game. And that is just the guy. Like, even when the Garena Masters was there, I'm seeing him like every time I think it's focus he's in the zone every time, and that makes him like a force that you cannot take down. And well, we'll have to find out on this control map that they will be jumping in. But West Point Mamba LOWKINGS right now taking Smart Omega in their best mode. What else can we see from this team?
Oh, well, obviously, you're guaranteed to see the strategy that this team prepared. Obviously, moving up against WPM LOWKINGS, it's gonna be pretty tough call, honestly, because, you know, for sure, these 2 teams started and they prepared. But again, talking about how the way that the game has been played, you know, Epox struggled mightily against Dunya Games, but take a look at how he was involved in this matchup. He was the de facto, able to get the bait and switch attacks and obviously finding enough kills for him to pressure Omega even more. And well, as we enter this match, Whoopi really struggled. Took him 12 rounds to get his first kill there, Neptune.
I mean, I still have a lot of questions for that Whoopi not really popping off. But let's go back to the MVP. As you mentioned, Callie, this guy just popped off in this game. Epox with 13 kills, 25-16 onto the point. This guy really showing up this time. And I think it's bringing West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, or molding West Point Mamba LOWKINGS to the Kings that we've seen them before their new roster. And there you have it, guys. 8-6 is the score. Bringing it to overtime, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS takes that win as we jump in on the 3rd match of the series. Raid control, we're in. Well, we all know how this works. It's more of power position that they need to take. They need to be a little bit careful to save up on lives, and probably if they're on the attacker side, go for a double capture. But it will be tough, for both of these teams are best on the defense, and we know how defensive this map is.
And you already know both of these squads has a 100 win rate here at this raid control. So you're guaranteed for a show. WPM, they start off on the defensive side. So right off the get-go, right off the bat, they're gonna have more advantage. But Whoopi now slowly making the ingress here, dropping down Epox, creating the distance in the basketball court. And Galo using that sniper, using the pistol is going to be very beneficial. You get this pick. So there it goes. WPM LOWKINGS so far, they are actually playing so far away from one another, but the pinch play from WPM Demors could just be the de facto winner and get this kill. He spots Rage there, but really failed to convert. And for now, it's going to be close to that life count department, but Omega's winning with the progress that they've been adding in at the control points.
Yeah, Alpha slowly being captured. Last tick remains for this point. And Kendi just hiding out in that plant. Might be able to get another one in here. Demor spotted and tagged and taken down as well. The bait will not be working as Kendi goes in for the 3 kills back to back. Bravo right now being captured. Distraction bringing the rest of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS towards that passageway as well as to that area. And we'll have to see how this statue will be defended by the teams of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Here we go. Alpha almost captured to that ending point with 1 minute in there. I think what West Point Mamba LOWKINGS can do is give up that Alpha and funnel them in onto Bravo. But even Bravo is being taken out right now. And as mentioned earlier, a double capture is possible.
Oh, Omega's just playing this like a film. They have already taken over B control point. They win the life count advantage as well. 18-5 life count. That's how dominating it can get when you play Omega on respawns. Well, for now, we might see WPM's LOWKINGS survive, but as soon as Omega go in for the push, it will be all over. Luffy still having 2 kills. As much as he did so greatly at that SND, can't really help his team right at the moment. Still's got 3 kills, and this should be a round right now for Omega, but the game and the fight is still not yet over. Demors will be on the bars to contest this A control point. Whoopi now moving in, and the push will be going through. Whoopi creating the play with that shorty, and I think that should be one more player down for him at the bars. First round converted on the attacking side by Smart Omega. A beautiful one for my liking.
Yeah, I mean, an opportunity to go for double capture. In the process, you're taking out the lives of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, and that is a good play for them. A 2 point of wins, 2 factors of wins that they can take advantage from that first match. We'll have to see if that will be the case for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS right now, as they are the ones in the attack and Smart Omega will be defending. But so far, I think they are defending it dearly. The life point is dwindling slowly from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
They're not winning their gunfights here. Take a look at that once again. The defense is strong for Smart Omega. They got better map control, but Demor slowly live and kicking, getting a huge 3 kills to open up this big control point. So that's that. They are able to build up streaks, but Kendi will be having the Predator missile locked in, but not really finding any. But Demors swings at the right corner, gets one more. Following up with the second, but finally, the bait and switch for Kendi will be there to be allocated. Annihilator, briefly on point, but a great turnaround for WPM LOWKINGS so far in that gunfight department. They have already made some attacks to B control point, but that's not really enough. And judging looking at the map control, it's been the Omega going back at it once again.
Yeah, Smart Omega is doing well in terms of defending, and even if the capture is slowly moving in towards West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, the live points is still in the favor of Smart Omega. MJ spotted and tagged and will be taken down as well. Demors going in for that frag. Whoopi responded against Demors with a God nade, and that's what we're talking about. Once you hit our guy with a nade, we'll hit you back. But this time, lives are dwindling. 12 remaining for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS as 18 remains for Smart Omega, and capture still not converting for the side of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
Yeah, this is really bad right now for WPM LOWKINGS. Look at that. 2 operators invested right now by Smart Omega to basically put them away and put this matchup over with. Done and dusted right now. This should be a round win for Omega with the way they've been playing. Rage is gonna get a few more tags right through the game as they rock this out. They've been so dominant, being able to win a little bit and a bit more gunfights against WPM LOWKINGS down to the final player, and Omega will be closing things out. It's a win-win situation. Demors, final player, destroyed. Smart Omega 2-0 Just need one more to close out the series.
Now, seeing how West Point Mamba LOWKINGS responded on a defensive side earlier on, as they go back to this side, we'll see how they can battle and if they have a read already of Smart Omega's gameplay. But that might be a little bit too late, just in case they can make a switch. Epox will be the first one being taken down by Rage and full-blown assault against Bravo as his most covered approach, but the takedown not so far. It is well done by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS in there defending that Bravo and not giving a tick out.
Oh well, it's going to be a relatively close game here. WPM now slowly converting their attacks. They're slowly moving like a clockwork, but it's going to be total effort in here to dominate Smart Omega in their own map pick. Look at the confidence that this team brings. Either popping up with that Annihilator, getting those huge 3 kills, and the opener on the B side is going to be opened up for this team. More than likely, this guy just continues to find off value with that Annihilator. 15 kills, and they have 3 players sent out here at this big control point to make the push even faster. And Kendi, he's been the madman himself, already having that XS1 Goliath available. So if things go south, this team actually has the opportunity to use that against WPM LOWKINGS. And well, I don't think they really need that here for the moment because they've been so successful at winning and controlling the map. 17-15, but the push at B is going to be successful for Omega, and they only have to get one more, and this is going to be over.
Yeah, we'll have to find out how fast or how slow will this be over. Only one life deficit between the two teams. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS need to get power positions to be able to take advantage of the funnel that can be done. But there goes the surprise by Kendi as well as Indra from the other side. And Indra right now rotating towards Bar, and Demors is the only guy in this area. The backup coming in from MJ from afar. Basketball court with 2 members from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, but no one is rushing in. No one is risking it, and here comes the XS1 Goliath for the run, and I don't know how fast it can run, but no matter how slow it is, it can still be a good defense and good offensive side for Smart Omega.
This could be a win through a capture here for Omega right now. If they do line this one perfectly, the defense is on, but the huge play there for Luffy to actually cancel out that XS1 Goliath and able to get some damage off of that. But it's gonna take a toll on that. Maybe a useful utility or an analogy to be very able to take that down. But anyway, it's going to be the FHJ, the rocket from MJ, getting that done. 6-8, still going to be a very close one. Kalo on the bedroom, perfectly timed attack, but Risky still managed to end up with the W. 50 seconds is left, and Kendi brings out the Annihilator, and this could just be it. The guy has been popping off, and there's going to be another XS1 Goliath drop inside the matchup, and I don't think it's going to be very important here right now for WPM LOWKINGS to bring out their attacks because they need to slow it down. But Rage will be able to enter the kitchens but still gets shot down. The final call, the series on the line, and Omega is bringing in the big guns. They want to end this matchup, but Timor shots that XS1 Goliath down. This match is still on, and WPM, they are fighting, but they're down to their final player left, and Demors needs to win this, but Kendi ends it. Omega closes the series. They clinch the playoff spot, placing at that second standing.
GGWP for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS and Smart Omega. And when we thought we're going to see that Goliath being used to a better advantage, the lives of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS has been taken down in there, as well as the Goliath out early. For the final Goliath out early. And I was just hoping for the wish of AJ from yesterday of a Goliath being used last resource that they have, and they can take a win. But that didn't happen so far in this match. Like West Point Mamba LOWKINGS really a little bit off in terms of attack and defense in this point. They need to work on their rotation, but it's more of the mechanical skills early part of this game that they lost. Thus, Smart Omega had the advantage. Imagine Kendi in there popping off 24 frags and 14 on the deaths. It's a positive KD for this guy right here as MVP, but the rest of the teams did a lot of work as well.
Oh, well, exactly. You know, I have to really emphasize how great Rage is actually playing inside the matchup because he was there claiming that mid-map and being able to go around the flank while Kendi is going to operate right up front to get those eliminations. And I think we did see Kendi right off the end of the first round where he did already have that score streak fully earned, and it really highlights what's happening inside the game when you have 18 life count to 0 in that first round and a 16 to life count to 0. You really see the difference in there made by Smart Omega. They're winning more of their gunfights, and you have your MVP off this control raid. It's going to be Candy with 24 kills. Again, the utilization of the gun with that Peacekeeper is exceptionally well for this player, and not only that, the Hunter Killer drone that he sent out at the final round, where he was able to pick one player to give this team that man advantage, was the key there for them to win that match.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Smart Omega is a different level, but I'm thinking they're still holding back, especially as one search and destroy or one map has been given out towards West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, search and destroy, but they went into overtime 8-6 on the scores. But as we look on how the response has been dominated right here, 250 to 103 on a hard point and 3-0 on control. I mean, it's looking like the focus from Smart Omega is going in for the respawn because of the higher possibility of a win in terms of series right there. But the first match is over, Cali, and it's so exciting, especially from what we've seen in there, from the fight and search and destroy, how well the snipers is doing it. But when we jump in to control that momentum from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS didn't carry over.
And I know it really feels bad here for WPM LOWKINGS, because with that loss, they will be having, if I'm not mistaken, a 2-2 record. So that's that. But if they do have the opportunity to bounce back, and that will be against WDC FREESLOT later on, so they still have a chance to claim that playoff spot, but it's not going to be that easy. They're going up against a team that got destroyed, that destroyed Smart Omega, and that's going to be WDC FREESLOT. So the game, the playoffs is still alive for WPM LOWKINGS, but for those who are just watching right now, feel free to open your Garena Redemption Center at Garena Call of Duty mobile application, and of course, use the Bronze Crate coupon. It's going to be unlimited for you guys to actually use.
Yes, grab that. There's plenty of time for you to redeem that. Share it with your friends, with your family, with those in the comment section, together with you guys, and make sure you type in correctly so that everyone will be happy for those taking it for the redemption. And well, there you have it. I mean, one of the best battle that we've seen so far, not so much on a hard point though, but when we jumped in search and destroy, I mean, we've seen great strides being done by both teams. The win by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, jumping in Smart Omega has don't want to risk any points being taken against them, thus they took that 0-3 in the point for control. And that's just a glimpse of what we are going to see later on, because we are going to see West Point Mamba LOWKINGS or WPM LOWKINGS back on our third series. As we mentioned, they will be battling against WDC FREESLOT, who got that 1 point against Smart Omega. So before we jump in there, the next match would be NGU Esports against Dunya Games.
And you know, it's going to be, compared to this first game, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more, I hate to say it, it's kind of going to be a lopsided matchup. But hey, if you guys enjoyed that first match, please type 1 in the chat. And we're headed for a quick break, but don't go as far, as when we come back, we'll see more group stage, Group B action, live and exclusive at Garena Call of Duty Mobile.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers, the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022. And this time, it's one of those rare times where we get to see Team NGU jump into battle, right? They have got an opportunity now to take on some of the best in the world of Call of Duty Mobile. Dunia Games steps up to the plate, and we get to see exactly how far will NGU be able to push them. I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Cali Gaming, and we're going to be the voices that guides you guys through the series.
Yeah, things are going to get more difficult here for DG ESPORTS. Just hopping into this matchup, it's already a David and Goliath story. And from what we've seen the last few days, they've always been outgunned and outplanned.
Yes.
And although Lago and Black always gets the opener, AJ, they always had miscommunication issues, and that, I think, is the main reason why they've been struggling out there in that battlefield. Same thing with their gunfights, and having to face Dunia Games, who absolutely crushed WDC FREESLOT. This is going to be a rundown.
I don't know. Maybe NGU has got like some sort of cheese strat to pull off against Dunia Games, but I do agree with you, right? They have been struggling in the competition. We saw some signs of life in their strategy, but where they truly falter is even when they try to execute some of that strategy, they just don't seem to be able to defeat anyone on the battlefield. I mean, you are looking at KD averages of 0.5, 0.6 throughout the group stage for this squad of Ray, Black, Leng Ji, Lily, Lago, as well as Cloud. They represent NGU, and I really hope they can do something against the players of Dunia Games so that they can walk out of the competition with their heads held high. Because at the moment, it doesn't seem like, qualifying through to the playoffs is going to be anywhere near to being fulfilled, as they have lost 3 series, one a default against Ace, but the other 2 was just a hands down beating by WDC as well as West Point Mamba LOWKINGS Galley.
And, at least they're showing up well. The team needs to work on the team play here today and put up some fight. Otherwise, it won't look that too good for them. And again, back to what I was saying earlier, it's always Lago and Black always opening up the team here for success, but they're going up against Dunia Games.
Oh, yeah.
Jetsky, Zen, Gunzi, Franz, ZZX, and this team, you never know what they're gonna throw at you, They are always very, very cheeky. They know when to turn on and off the heat, and it throws you off, At first, you think you're crushing the game, then boom, the next thing you know, you end up with a defeat. They have to secure this window to lock down the playoff spot, but the question is, are they gonna go full ham on this NGU squad, or are they going to lay back a little bit and hide them strats, AJ?
I really don't think they've got any reasons to hide their strats. I mean, I honestly... and this is by no means any disrespect towards NGU or Ace, but even if Dunia Games does not play their full proper strats, they're still potentially going to take a dub and then move on with their lives and move on to the playoffs. That's just the kind of quality Dunia Games steps into the competition with. I mean, you're talking about Dunia Games and their capability to eat up, bite off, and chew off a couple of, limbs from WDC FREESLOT as well as West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Dunia Games dominated LOWKINGS 3-0, not allowing them to take away a single match from them when they went up against each other. So, I mean, and West Point Mamba LOWKINGS is one heck of a good team, man. If Dunia Games can do that to them, I have very little hope. But I'm waiting to see if or not NGU can do some things here. I mean, they've got a list of objectives that they need to achieve. And I'll tell you what these objectives are. Objective number 1, make sure they do not get yet another honorary welcome into that 50-point club. Because if they take that ticket, they will be the chairman of the 50-point club at Hardpoint. S&D, they need to at least find 1 or 2 rounds for themselves, because so far they've only been beaten down 7-0, which has been painful. And of course, objective number 3 is to at least control one of the rounds at control, because they have not been able to do so at the competition just yet. I'm not expecting them to win. I'm just expecting them to step up their gameplay and show us that they can improve from those previous matches that they've already jumped into versus the match right now. But I am going to be on the other side, and I'm going to say that it's going to be one heck of a fight out there, and it's not going to be easy at all, Cali.
And it's going to be tough for them to actually break those bets, especially when you're up against Dunya Games. Well, there's only one way to find it out. And when we head into this first map that they're going to play with, it's going to be a mapping by NGU Esports, and they bring us to Summit map where Dunya Games actually can crush this map as well. And it's going to be Gunzi. You already know with that gun that he wields, it's going to be activated here early on, already having 2 kills inside this matchup. And for now, it's going to be 17-0, AJ.
A chairman of the 50-point club is definitely not the title NGU wants for themselves, so therefore they will have to fight and fight hard. At this first hard point, it seems like they are barely trying, as those players are just taking some open fights outside at direct road and being as clearly read by the players of Dunya Games as they wanted to be out there, I guess. But the final challenge does come through. Black takes the initiative just to get shut down by Gonzi. And you can see the respect that Dunya Games is showing NGU. Instead of just dedicating one objective player in there and have the others roam around, they sent in 3 objective players to play that point. And finally, when NGU finds the break, the hard point runs away.
It's really gonna hurt them a lot in here as they look to try to break the speed too. Fran on a prime position to get those huge 2 kills, and there we go. Conversion is done. Dunya Games will be able to win the rotation battle and of course hold off this first few seconds. The initial time gonna claim here by Dunya Games, but you do see NGU gonna fight back a little bit, but not really able to step inside the hard point just yet. And the pressure is on outside of the hill, and mostly you would want to have it inside that hard point, but now you see it. The full flood comes through for NGU Esports. Now they are live and kicking, but they get bullied out real quick.
Fantastic play by NGU. Some signs of life, but it's not enough to pull away those solid points from Dunya Games just yet. And therefore, a super early rotation being committed to halfway through at least. 2 players commit for that early rotation. I mean, if you're NGU, you need to understand that you need all 5 players rotating early to secure the spawn and to secure a good chance at this hard point. But at the very least, they do manage to pick up a couple of scraps as the rest of the players of Dunya Games rush on forth to P3. And I like the angles that they are holding on to here. 2 objective players. One is holding on directly to the direct road. The other one at that green radar station. One guy holds on to the spawn. You've just got a perfect setup at this money hill. And if you are Dunya Games, you should be able to pull up 60 points and throw it into your basket.
Yeah, money grab here for Dunya Games. They are going to rob NGU of all this time inside this hill. And not only that, this team is highly earning up those score streaks, and 3 available operator skills are going to get used in here. ZZ with that Gravity Vortex and Fran with that Purifier to make things matter worse for NGU Esports. A potential 20-point love could be happening in here with the way Dunya Games has been setting up perfectly around this game. But finally, we do see some flip of spawns. Number 3 in blue is going to be able to contest, but they still lose the gunfight. 2 more coming along the back end of the map, and ZZX will be there for the contest. Beautiful timing, and now brings out this Predator missile to get these players away, and they still are able to claim this scrap time and also set up for that next hill. Right now they are chaining this like a film from P3 to P4. They're guaranteed to get more money time inside this game.
And this is the second time in a row, not in a row, okay, sorry. But that is the second time in this match that NGU has managed to find the break of the hill, but that was done on the very final second. And one might say that the only reason why they broke that hill was because the rest of the Dunya Games players left the hill and went off for that early rotation. But now, spawns at Gorilla Base, held on by the Indonesians. NGU with 15 points to their side. Really needs to hustle if they want anything in this matchup. Hunter Killer Drone does not find anyone. Dunya Games does not need any bonus kills, so I'm glad that Hunter Killer Drone did not do anything. But here's the problem, Callie. We see the rotations, we see the attempts by NGU, and I really like the fact that they are not being super predictable out there on the battlefield. But the one factor that keeps getting them slain out there is the fact that they just cannot hang with Dunya Games. In fact, they couldn't really hang with the other teams as well in terms of gunfights. Their mechanical skills really needs a lot of work.
Yeah, you know, if it's not really happening and it's not really favoring your side, maybe try to set up and play in a body system to just counterattack and play for trades. So you're going to be able to make a push right through the game, but that's not really going to get initiated in here by NGU. They lack the skills. Maybe they lack more hours of scrim time and preparation leading up to this tournament time. I mean, You're going up against Dunya Games here, AJ, a solid 3-year veteran in the competition. They have played ever since 2020, and they just continuously put in and rip the efforts of the experience that they have totaled inside this matchup right now. Zen will be having that XS1 Goliath inside his point, and another Munhill potentially in favor for Dunya Games, and it's the task for NG to actually try and break this one. Maybe the utilization of that score streak and that operator skills that they have could be very useful. Lily has one earned up, but they haven't really been able to adjust and push all the way to that mid-map because of how well Dunya Games has been controlling the map itself.
Yeah, I mean, they will need like every single player with full set of score streaks to take anything away from Dunya Games at this point. And even if they do have all of those score streaks, I will still probably think that Dunya Games will have some sort of solution for that. XS1 Goliath turns around, annihilates the player with the KRM, 2-7 to 26. NGU showing very little signs of life, and it looks like they are about to bomb out even without surpassing one of their weakest points. I mean, the last time they went up against WDC, they were held up to 33 to 250 at Summit. But this time, just 26. Dunya Games, 4 more seconds, and it looks like complete annihilation. Welcome, chairman of the 50-point club, NGU.
Oh, well, it really turned out badly for this team. I mean, they weren't really able to chain the kills that they had, and they weren't really able to move far away from the spawns, and it really costed them that game. And I mean, in every match that they have played with the other teams in this Group B, and it really sucks, having to have 4 actual teams. That's very deadly in the group itself. Being able to play in the group of that's gonna be very hard. So the chat should not just be the chat shouldn't be too hard from this team. I mean, they're trying out there, but they just can't really convert. Just taking a look at the statistics, it really says a lot of what just happened in the game. It's just Dunya Games having total map control and winning more gunfights. I believe every player out here actually has a positive 2-point plus KD. And look at Zen right there, 20 kills and 2 deaths. Wow, that's going to be a 10.0 KD for him. I mean, for NGU, it's a nice try, but they weren't really able to best their record at the hard point, AJ.
And although I do love some fun and games out there on the battlefield, like how cheeky Irfan J can get, I also like the flip side of the utmost respect shown by the Indonesians to NGU. You've come out here to play a competition, and we'll show you exactly what sort of competition you can expect. They went ham against the players of NGU, and they didn't even allow the players to reach 30 points. Fran picking up the MVP title, 27 kills out there on the battlefield, 3,711 points. Did a lot, but I can say that every single player on the side of Dunya Games played their part, and they did not for a single moment, for a single second, underestimate NGU. Rotation after rotation, the timing was perfect, the angles lockdown was perfect, and it didn't really matter where, it didn't really matter how. Even when they were winning in such dominant fashion, they don't step out of line, they don't try to get creative, they don't try to get flashy. They are serious, they want to get the win, and this is the kind of quality that gets you to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely right there, AJ. This team actually brings honor to the game, and well, I'm not saying that Almighty is not bringing honor, but Dunya Games actually is respecting NGU by a lot in there, just going in there and executing their plays and not really hiding enough of that. When well, the next thing you know, it's a 250 to 26 victory, and now it's going to be a fast one, but we're hopping and loading into raid, search and destroy, and it's going to be a map pick by Dunya Games, and snipers are going to be a very important factor in this map itself. And let's see what's gonna happen as we move into round number 1. And the defensive side is going to be NGU. DG is gonna start as the attackers to see what angles are they gonna take as we move in at search and destroy raid.
I gave them 3 objectives, and the first out of 3 objectives have actually failed, but it's all right. We know that they still have time. NGU, in order to achieve objective number 2, they just need to get at least 2 rounds away from Dunya Games. Can they get that done? Lily from afar, a full setup of KSPs except NGU's Ray, Rytech AMR. Ray manages to sneak away as he gets tagged up from the back. Gonzi doing a lot of damage. The bomb now planted already by Junior Games, and this is the kind of retake that we want to see NGU flourish at. Black holding on to the locker room, tries to spot around 2 players of DG at the Tiki sides. Black, good engagement, gets the first kill. Killer 141 pops off on the other side, spots the player, tags him up fully. Black is on fire, but ZZX manages to dodge away from all of those shots. Black fires back, gets that kill alongside Lago. This is the kind of perfection we expect out of NGU. The first round clinch. They just need another one, and I'll count them as winners against Junior Games.
That's the big one, AJ. Well, NGU Esports, Ace, they're actually, that play for Ritik was well thought of. Black with that huge kill from the bedroom. The versatility of that gun, it really hurts on the long range. That killer 1 for run definitely doing the damage. And Leng looking to convert, but CZX at the other end will be able to get that trade. Now the first bot exchange, we got a 4v4. Junior Games on that mid map, and they would love to go for that flank.
I want NGU to win this match, man. I mean, Junior Games, you know I love you, but I want NGU to show up and show up strong in this matchup. Lily, fully tagged up already. I love those movements. Gets away, but Gonzi still on for that hunt. Finishes her off. The hit mark by Lily, not enough to get the other players on the side of NGU to trade Gonzi out just yet. It's a 4-3 game of numbers against NGU. I mean, even if they had 5v1, it's still going to be tough for NGU looking at the way they're trading out there on the battlefield. But look at Junior Games now. Straight up for the plant, all angles locked, but they only have 1 player looking towards the garden side. And this is going to be that opportunity. Black, what a nade! But Lago shuts down Gonzi as SAX shuts down Black. Fantastic engagement. Lago still with the surviving gameplay. He slides away. It's a 2v3. This game just got so much more difficult as Lago goes down, leaving it all to Ray. But that right tech AMR, the quick flick does not succeed, and ZZX just purely with the 50 Gs fries out NGU.
Normally, you would use a tactical scope for those right-click AMRs, and Ray right here is using the default scope, but it's going to change it up a little bit, spice things up with that Peacekeeper maybe, just to get a little bit more range and mobility inside the matchup, and can be maybe able to win the gunfights. But huge nade there, but not really able to connect. NGU Esports putting their attention at this B. Well, Black is going to be the only player there. He has to run away, and right now he needs to stay and survive this, just using his space to escape, but Zen tags him, and we got a 4v5. The bomb gets planted, NGU on the retake.
He was halfway out of that. He just ran back at them. I do not understand that strategy. Lang G, right tech AMR, quick scope does not hit. Repositions instantaneously, but look at Junior Games. Everybody's rushing in for the slay. Everybody wants this final kill. Who's gonna get it? Lang G, quick scope, Fran, taken down. Can he get another one? Beautiful shots coming through. Wall bang does not hit, and Gonzi with the KSP punishes Junior Games. They're not playing around, man.
And you know, it's really kind of scary if you see all those 5 players turn your heads at you to take you down. You're gonna be back against the wall, and you're gonna be ganged up pretty badly. And Lang G was able to get one in there, but hey, not really a friendly sight there. Junior Games just really wants to terminate and end this game fast. But you know, NGU, they are on the defensive side. They are going to adjust by putting 2 players in that B side. Well, they might be able to get this. Lago, perfect timing there. Gunzi, though, will shot 1 player down right through the kitchens. And Gunzi looking to get 4. Lily shot down as well. Ray, it's all up to you. A 1v3. A good clutch could be. Very huge one here.
Come on, be our ray of sunshine now. Ray, opportunity. Oh, trigger discipline. Gives his position away. And Zen kills him with the trophy system. My lord. Hi, Junior Games, calm down.
They're not winning. They didn't win that gunfight, AJ. They win right through the utilities. I mean, that's just how unfortunate things are going for NGU Esports. I mean, great job by Ray to slowing it down, but when he pulled out the tactical utility, it was his GG. Oh my God, Lily's still alive. Just kept pushing in greatly, and there it goes. The attacks come true, and the lineup of attacks from Junior Games are going to be successful. Lang G with this scope. Now it's time to put you on the spotlight. Can you get this clutch, a 1v3?
Lang G, the Lang Jai, 1v4, 1v3. But ZZX makes that 3v none. 1-4 so far. I mean, NGU even pulling away a single round from Junior Games, it's a win in my books. Say whatever you want. I mean, but the chat really wants NGU to win because they want to see NGU's player cam. Too many sims in the comment section.
Yeah, come on, point us to Lily, everybody. Come on, POV. Let's see how well NGU gets these attacks to line up. Okay, Lily gets one against Jet Sky. Zen and Fran gets a huge 3 kills, and well, Lily's still very much alive, but finally gets taken alive. And DG pushing at this A side, or rather at the B side, and Ray, once again, gonna bring the KSP in action, gonna spot one against Zen. All right, 1v2 here, AJ.
Come on, Ray. You can do this, boy. KSP 45 in hand. 37 seconds to go. Just ZZX and Fran. I mean, what's so big about that? He should be able to get this engagement. Spots out ZZX. Fran spotted out, but ZZX spots in first. And that's a little bit unfortunate. NGU 1-5. Dunia Games reaching the end of this matchup already. I still won that second round, and I know NGU can deliver. I mean, Lily has been on fire so far. Leng Ji, the Leng Chai, alongside Ray. Ray is always that final survivor, but I also wanted to see him get that first blood for himself.
All right, let's go NGU. They are stacking their resources at this A bomb site, and you already know that's going to be very beneficial. Black already around the back. This could be the first blood that the team needs. Black finds the first player, but just about when we get to see the elimination, they switch it, but Michael now wins one huge gunfight.
Come on!
1v1 across the arc, but Fran takes him down, but still, the game is still on. Lily plants the bomb. We got a 4v3 here.
Yep, Lily managing to put the pressure on the players of Dunia Games. Jet Sky challenge slides in and shuts down Black. Ray with the backstab, but needs to deal with 2 players. And Lily manages to trade out Jet Sky right after Ray goes down. Lily with the backstab. Fantastic. Now nobody's able to step out of the kitchen, but backstab now from Zen. He doesn't go in for the engagement. Lily's going to be the top superstar here. Spots out the player. Turn it around, Lily. Does exactly that. Headshot up to Fran. Can Lily get the final kill? Yes, she does. Second round. NGU has won the game for me, man.
And not only that, Lily with the 1v2. Great timing. The effort was there. NGU, they better connect one more. They got the momentum moving into this round number 8. And well, they've been so great at pushing in the flanks, but ZZX stops one from the window. Lily's still alive. Lenji drops Jet Sky. And well, Lily's gonna get gung up around the map. And now finally gets shot down, but Ray still up and in. Zen on a perfect time, but Lago right here. And Ray is going to be playing around the different opposite sides, and they might be able to get one, but finally one player shuts down, and Ray will be teamed up and gonged by Gunzi and crew. Dunia Games now on match point.
I hope when Zen finishes this match and he tries to walk away from the table, he stubs his little toe for killing Lily in that round, okay? She was on fire early on. She was about to pop off once again. It's all you, Zen. And when you stub your little pinky, you do not blame me, okay? It's gonna be 5v5. Friend! Oh, beautiful.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. DC's getting super serious now. It's a 1v5. Bye-bye, Ray. Dunia Games shuts it down. Enough plays, enough jokes. Let's move on with control, the Indonesians say.
Oh, well, they are very successful at what they just executed in the game. But hey, AJ, it's still a win. 2-round win there for NGU.
They won the whole game.
The best at the game, man.
The best. The best. I mean, hands down. You see, I gave them 3 objectives, and this is objective 2 out of 3. Oh, no. 1 out of 3
1 out of
completed.
3.
Yeah, they failed the first one, unfortunately. Became the chairman of the 50-point club. It's all right. I mean, at least they are the chairman, all right? Now we move on into game number 3. I just want them to win a single round of control, and I will be a happy man, all right? I came here to see NGU step up, and NGU is stepping up.
They are able to convert one of the 3 already, and Search and Destroy raid is going to be where they were able to do the magic, besting their own personal record, and Lily carried the game. That huge 1v2 clutch at that round number 8 was like a great highlight for this team, but then again, Dunia Games just basically said, hey, we're gonna run you down over after all that, and that's just what happened, AJ.
I think Zen did actually stub his little pinky right after I said that, and he was like, we need to finish this match right now or else I'm gonna throw this game. I mean, they went a little crazy. They went into overdrive in that last round, and the round finished before I could even start speaking. So Dunia Games, You know, that final round was a little too much, but I'll take it. Fran hits that MVP yet again. 7 kills, 1,165 points. But it's all right, Fran. It's all right. The question is, how many more trophy system slays will you get in an SND? That's all I want to know.
I have to agree with you on that take. Well, you know, it's really unfortunate for Ray. He tried to slow it down, and when he does so, he pulled out the gloves. And right when he was prepared for the next gunfight, he pulled out the tactical, and wow, Fran's perfectly timed trophy system was there to take the player down. And with Fran being the MVP, well, this is going to be a victory for Dunya Games, not just in this Search and Destroy, but as well in that map number 1. And we move in to a map pick by NGU, Firing Range Control, AJ.
Yeah, can we like tell production to not show us the screen anymore? Because that 250 to 26 is really hurting my soul, man. I mean, 7-2, I just want to see that. I'm just going to cover the hard point physically with just my palm and just look at this 7-2. And rejoice that NGU managed to steal away 2 rounds from the side of Dunya Games. Because, you know, they've been struggling throughout the competition. And it's really, really tough to take anything away from Dunya Games. These guys are just purebred monsters out there on the battlefield. Now as we go into Control, a match that is pretty much respawns with a touch of SND in it. You got to really be careful with your engagements out there on the battlefield. Therefore, it's going to be the hardest mode for NGU because they haven't really been able to sustain their lives all that too much. So that's why I said taking away a single round from Dunya Games is going to be a win in my books. Let's see if they can get it.
Well, for now, we start things off here with Dunya Games being on a defensive side. So right off the bat, to get the advantage moving into this control game mode where they're going to opt in for a very aggressive defensive lineup with Gonzi already set out to be the difference maker on the wood house. Gonzi already picked up 2 kills in here, and while they continue to get the kills outside, they're able to spawn them right back to the bottom left side of that minimap, and that's going to be more kills converted here by Gonzi, who's going to be on the flank. Oh, Lily shots Gonzi down. Let's go.
Yeah, get out of here, Gonzi, says Lily, but immediately annihilated by Fran. This guy's such a party pooper, man. Every single time
man.
Lily ramps it up, he just shuts him down. Okay. This is just Dunya Games just taking it up to the next level now. Slay after slay. And Fran going in for that spawn trap as well. Will manage to find that slay. Lily taken down. Leng Ji taken out of the equation as well. Dunya Games haven't allowed NGU to pick up a single slay within the past 10 kills. All we see on the kill feed is just the players of Dunya Games sneaking in a pretty, but it gets stuck on the metal little whatever you call it, a zinc. I don't know what it is, man. I don't even know how that stopped the Predator missile, but it did, all right? And they didn't get the slay. But 5 more lives in the hands of NGU with 14 seconds to go means that Dunya Games has gotten the win. Calm down, Fred.
Fran, you're such a spoiler. You're such a party spoiler, man. Look at him. He's 10 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Dunya Games just wants business in here. Come on, let's have some fun. Dunya Games, stop being that way. Well, anyway, we're going to switch the sides, and Fran, 10 in a row already. NGU, they were stacking spawns there, but good thing that they're on the defensive side this time, so they might be able to get things off. Ray gets 1. Huge one there. Playing for trades is what they're trying to do, but Jetsky pushing too hard on this one. They might be able to get the control at the A side right off immediately, and Lily shots Jetsky down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 1 or 2 trades back, but the lives are all equal out there on the battlefield this time round. On the defense, NGU seems to be so much more excited to jump into battle. I respect Dunya Games for respecting their opponents and going ham against them, but I just want to see NGU really step things up. Fran, already with the Purifier. Will he be able to find Ray just around this corner of Toolshed? As he wraps around, he will spot... Nope. I thought Ray was gonna get that slay, but instead he just stood there and took that firing, gets burnt down to Kingdom Come. 23-16. NGU really not looking solid out there on the battlefield, Gally.
Yeah, they're getting picked up one by one at the angles that Dunya Games is currently picking in. A cheeky spot of Zen gets that 3rd kill for him. They're on a 3 spree, making that 4. Lily now on the hunt. Lily looking to exchange hands, and Lily, that's what you get when you try to play hands. And MGU now responding back. 3 kills on that Cupid, make that 4. These guys are fighting back.
Oh, they are fighting back, man. But Jetsky says AX now. Beautiful slays back to back to keep the numbers of dominance right in front. Gonzi, good backstab. Black taken out of the equation as well. Just some signs of life from the side of NGU, and Dunia Games immediately shuts them down. Lily circles around. Zen sorts that out. Gonzi with the Purifier. Ray and Leng Ji becomes fried chicken out there on the battlefield. Black gets toasted up as well. Fran shutting down Lago. 4 more lives left on the side of NGU. Make that 3, and it looks like all hope is gone out the window for NGU as Dunia Games look super serious to take this dub. One final one, and the Purifier purifies the souls of NGU.
Right when we thought that NGU is slowly fighting back, Dunia Games once again spoils the party, and they were just able to push out really greatly at that B control site. That's where they were able to put in a lot of the damages. As the battery gets dropped in here from NGU, they gotta at least win 1 round, but it's going to be a tall order for them. But they're going to push at the B side for the moment, and Dunia Games not really kicking off the aggressive defensive setup that they are currently doing right now. Well, we do see NGU making the ingress at this B side, but that soon would fall, and Dunia Games winning much more.
Wait, what? That Preddy got a triple? No, I don't think so. Okay, never mind. But Gonzi, good Preddy. Jetsky pulls out the boxing gloves, goes to toe with Lago, punches him down to the ground. Jetsky around the corner. Friend slays Ray. Lago taken down by Gonzi. Back and forth we go, but not between the players of DG and NGU. It's just between DG and DG. They're trying to play and see exactly who can find the most kills out there on the battlefield. And so far, the fight is strong between Gonzi as well as Zen.
Oh, well. Gonzi is going to be having 17 kills in here already. But Fran is going to spoil the party once again. 21 in the lobby right now. And NGU controlling this A control point. I love this take right here. Playing more in decisive decision as a team. And ZZ will be able to contest. Spots Lily in there. I'm not sure he's going to get the kill. And now the Warrior Purifier is going to get kicked in. But Lily gets socked by that gravity vortex. Now NGU is on the spawns. And Dunia Games are going in for the elimination.
What? Bro,
Oh my
I mean,
God, they're punching the people in the
They're literally punching them down. I mean, no Purifier could come through. And it's just a barbecue party at the end of the day. Dunia Games, too cheeky, man. They really showed no mercy whatsoever in that matchup. But I tell you, in my books, NGU won that SND. Okay, they took 2 rounds away from Dunia Games, and I feel like that's it. Okay, that is equaling to a win. Dunia Games shouldn't have allowed them to take the 2 rounds in the first place, and therefore they technically lost to me.
Oh, that last round, you know, that final few moments really reminds me of how you cook the meat. You know, first you gotta punch it, you gotta tenderize it, you know, then you put the purifier to cook it. And doing the games, it's just really a barbecue show that last round. But anyway, great try for NGU. Well, it's not really over for them just yet, AJ. They will be playing later on, so they might be able to best their attacks once again. But they're going up against Smart Omega. But hey, anything is possible.
Okay, I think Smart Omega will play around with NGU a little bit better. I think they've got a slightly, you know, more flexible sense of humor. I think Smart Omega will put on a show for us because, you know, overall Smart Omega technically has qualified already through the playoffs, so they don't really need to worry about this too much. You know, even in not the whole series, you know, give us one good game, NGU, against Smart Omega. I really want to see what these guys can do. But for the time being,
Fran again, Fran.
Yeah, I spoke till I coughed myself. Fran again. I tell you, know, everybody on the side of Dunia Games is, you know, lethal, but Fran is unforgiving. Fran, he's the kind of guy, he's the lecturer that you do not want to sit down in class with because he just doesn't smile. He just means business all the time, Gary. You know lecturers like that.
Yeah, no matter how hard you try, you're still not gonna be given the compliment because this is wrong with you, I'm gonna spoil you. And not really great at what happened there. Come on, Fran. 3 MVPs if I'm not mistaken, AJ.
He's the guy who tried the hardest in this game. And I don't know. Okay, now, okay. You know, I mean, I really love the fact that Dunia Games respected their opponents. You know, they didn't really play around with their food, and they wanted to treat NGU like how they would treat any other team out there on the battlefield. And for that, I really respect the players of Dunia Games. But they could have given away a couple of more rounds in control, man, and let them hit the second objective at least before you take the win. I mean, that's all I'm asking for. Just objective number 2.
Well, they weren't really able to give that. Come on, Fran, you saw him there, 10 in a row in that first round. I'm just lost for words, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I really want to see NGU Esports make a stronger comeback. Hopefully the next time around, maybe when we've got a Garena Invitationals of some sort. Because obviously from their region, they are one of the best. But they could not outbest Dunia Games themselves. In fact, they really couldn't do much against any of the other regions so far. And this is something that NGU Esports really has to take to heart, right? Not just with the strategy, because I really feel like their strategy, they've got something going there. They know the game, they know the rotations, they know what they need to do in specific situations. But where they truly fall short is the engagement capability. And you saw Lily really stepping up for the team, but the rest of them needed to step up as well. You just can't leave all of the slaying to just one person, right? And hopefully the next time we do see NGU Esports, we see them in a totally different light. We can hold this as their benchmark and then hype the living life out of them the next time they get back here. But let's see exactly what they can do against Smart Omega, because they do have one final series before we move the rest of the teams into the playoffs. You're going to take a quick short break. When we do come back, it's going to be West Point Mamba LOWKINGS going up against WDC FREESLOT. That's a blockbuster matchup you don't want to miss.
Hello, soldiers, and welcome back to the show. This is a Call of Duty Mobile Garena regional qualifiers, and so far we've seen 2 series overall, and we are going in for the blockbuster match right now. AJ, we are going to see West Point Mamba LOWKINGS and WDC FREESLOT. As a caster for this series, I'm Neptune the General Garcia. Together with me is the voice of Garena Call of Duty Mobile, the Mustachio AJ.
You know, I am really looking forward to this matchup, mainly because I want to see if or not West Point Mamba LOWKINGS can create history for themselves. If they can take down WDC FREESLOT 3-0, we might just end up in a tiebreaker situation. And that tiebreaker is going to be one of the craziest tiebreakers in the history of the Garena regional qualifiers. It's not like we've had so many so far, but you know, it's going to go down in history as one of the greatest tiebreakers because they will go into a tiebreaker against Smart Omega themselves. And, you know, after all of the effort that Smart Omega has already put into the competition, it would be quite crazy to see them not make it through and West Point Mamba LOWKINGS instead represent the Philippines down in the playoffs. It will be insane. But of course, in order to get that done, they need to take down this monstrous squad of Anawin, Guitar, C1 Cheek as well as Smith. And it's not gonna be easy at all.
Yeah, so far, even the team of Smart Omega had a hard time in there battling this team, only taking one match from the series that they had, and that was that Summit SND. And that will be the challenge for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS so far, to be able to catch up on the points and balance it between those on the tiebreaker end. But we'll have to find out if there is an ace from the sleeves of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS as we look at WDC FREESLOT. And if I'm not mistaken, the last time that we saw them from the championship of 2021, they are in the same room together. This time they are separated, and it might hamper the communication that they have compared to West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, who is working all together in one room. But that didn't show so much on the battle against Smart Omega. And with the stats, and also if we weigh the situation, if Smart Omega lost against WDC FREESLOT, it's a great chance that they will lose as well against, or West Point Mamba LOWKINGS will lose as well against WDC.
I have to unfortunately agree, because you see, when you look at the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS and you look at their proficiency at taking down Dunia Games, they in fact couldn't do anything much against them. You know, let's talk about the lineup. First, we've got Demar, Scalo, Luffy, Alea, Apox, as well as MJ. Of course, Alea will not be playing this match. He will just be sitting down there as the coach for the squad to step on in there and become one of the best in the world. So far, he has been doing a fantastic job, and so have the boys out there on the battlefield. And you know, the one that is most battle ready any given time of the day is going to be Luffy. And hopefully he does turn on his raging side on this SND matchup that comes up between themselves as well as WDC FREESLOT, because they are going to need every single bit of firepower. But going back to what I was saying, Dunia Games did not manage to beat Dunia Games managed to beat down West Point Mamba LOWKINGS 3-0. And later on, when Dunia Games did go up against the players of WDC FREESLOT, you saw them, you know, pretty much do a number on WDC themselves. So if you take a look at that sort of comparison of data, you might say that maybe, you know, LOWKINGS have had slightly lesser quality in comparison to the players of Dunia Games, who were at least able to pull away that SND matchup, right? But this is the kind of matchup that I'm talking about that Luffy can really pop off at. At that SND match, if he can hit his numbers, if he can strike down the players of WDC, we're going to stand a strong chance in here. And Control might not be the best place for them, but Hardpoint, on the other hand, this is where we desperately need the LOWKINGS to step it up, right? They got so close against the players of Dunia Games. We had 235 to 250 at Hacienda, and Hacienda is one of those maps that LOWKINGS really love to play at these days, and they are the ones that really love to pick all of these obscure maps to jump on in and prove themselves. But against, you know, the rest of the regions here, against Thailand, against Indonesia, that sort of a strat really doesn't work, because the information that they have gotten as to, the maps that are not really played, that is just as far as the MSP is concerned. You move out of MSP, everybody plays those maps. You are going to find dominant kings on these maps, and those dominant kings just happen to be DG as well as WDC as well, who, unfortunate for WPM, are in the same grouping as them.
Yeah, and that's one thing. They could have done the homework, studied the teams, but at some point, some of the teams have been hiding strats so far in the early parts of this game. So that will be the offset that they don't need to happen in this point. But as we go into maps and modes right now, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS takes out Purifier and Slums from the game, and WDC FREESLOT takes out Sparrow as well as Hacienda. So we are going to see the Annihilator gameplay in these matches, and we started off on Hardpoint in Standoff.
Standoff Hardpoint, and this Standoff Hardpoint matchup, we have seen, both of these teams jump into it at stage 3, but at stage 4 so far, they haven't played this game mode at Standoff just yet. But if you want to look at some of the rankings in terms of numbers, WDC FREESLOT has won 2 out of the 3 hardpoint matches so far. The only loss that they did take was against the players of Dunia Games, where it got pretty close as well. So you can say that WDC FREESLOT is a very proficient team when it comes to dropping into hardpoint. But when you look at West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, it was extremely surprising that they could just barely get away from that 100-point mark when going up against Smart Omega at firing range.
Yeah, I mean, they lost sight of the rotation they need to take, as well as cutting off the approach of Smart Omega. Thus, they were lost in stepping into the hill. Hopefully, that doesn't happen in there on this match, because this really matters. They need, as you mentioned, they need a 3-0 against like WDC FREESLOT, but will still have to find that strength from this team. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, and earlier from the previous time that we've seen them on the screen, Coach Olea still non-stop providing them the insight. So hopefully that is a motivation that they can have. But at some point, AJ, I mean, let's be real. At some point, if you get so much of information, that will be an overload, thus throwing off your game.
Most definitely right, but Oleas is not that kind of guy. In fact, I mean, we've met him in real life. He's a man of very few words. He doesn't really speak a lot, and when he does speak, all he does speak about is strategy to his boys. And every single bit of information that he can share with them is going to benefit them in numerous ways, right? This is something that he can do as long as it's an online matchup, because when it comes to offline, you have all of those coaches and all removed from the stage. It's just the boys on their own. And even if he was on the stage, giving them instructions on a stage, which is just going to be so chaotic with the fans and, all of the noise and the interruptions, etc., versus just sitting down in the comfort of their own homes and getting that information from him, that's going to be a totally different ballgame, totally different scenario altogether, right? So he better get the best done right now, because if they do earn a spot at the playoffs, he's still going to have that benefit. But down there at the stage 5 in itself, we don't know exactly how that setup's going to be. You don't know whether it's going to be online. You don't know whether it's going to be offline. For all you know, it's going to be a situation where Alea might not be able to bring the best to his team. And on that point, his team also needs to find ways to sustain out there on the battlefield without him holding their hands all the time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of one member of the team taking cover or taking over on that coach lead or on that lead, and with their in-game, probably they can try as well one match, but not this time because everything's online this time. But moving forward, they're like group stages early on, they can try Coach Olea and they're just sitting back in the background, and then one of the members, probably the in-game leader, can provide those details and approaches so that they are prepared once they step into that bigger stage. Because so far, I would agree, once you go in there on a stage, on a LAN tournament, everything changes. We've seen that as well, not only from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, but even Almighty. I mean, Heaven being taken out from the bed buff really took a toll on them, but that really changes stuff. And that's one thing that they need to be prepared of, envisioning that they are already on the world stage.
Let's see how we start this matchup now. In terms of approach, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS just need to be really tactical with this take at that first hard point. Good stun. Luffy stuck in his progress towards the front. And I can see the ideation coming out from West Point Mama LOWKINGS here. Move towards the players directly and engage mid-game before even getting down to the other side of that match. They don't really want to take that hard point straight up. All they wanted to do was just break the holes at Statue as well as Bakery Backyard. And it seems like that is a very sound strategy coming through from West Point Mama LOWKINGS, managing to pull away 9 points so far. But WDC FREESLOT still has got the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from that Special Forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here by having that spawn. They can hop on in there with the numbers and snatch away more points for themselves. But this final win by C1 obviously benefits the team the most because he was that final survivor. And to 28 points, WDC FREESLOT has managed to push this already.
And they're already preparing to go into the warehouse. It is this guy from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. D-Morse are trying to step in, but with two greeting him on the door, he will not be able to step. It is still yet to be activated. 3 members from WDC already taking over of the warehouse. Shortcut will be taken by D-Morse once again. Another approach, another knock onto this door is probably a good one. And there goes the pinch, and there goes 2 members and stepping into the plate. Pushed back, WDC.
WDC pushed back already, and West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, they had an opportunity there just to go in for a small challenge, but they weren't able to make the best use of it because, yes, they won on a couple of those gunfights, but just no men, no objective players to sustain inside of that hill. And all they can afford now is to either go in for one final challenge and then back away, or just drop the ball right here, move on forth to just pick up the spawns at P3. There's just no use anymore going in for P2 because all they do is get slain and allow the players of WDC to streak up for themselves. So early hold on to that spawn would have been a little bit more important. But yeah, just making quick work of all of the players inside of this P3. They're managing to get 2 slays before getting taken down. And it looks like WDC FREESLOT has managed to force West Point Mamba LOWKINGS to play this game at their pace.
Yeah, I mean, the pace of WDC right now is quite important on how they can provide a more detail, more pushes against this team of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. But it's a good thing that the prioritization of the spawns as well as that hill has been done by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. A good takeover right now, 40 seconds remaining, and they can tie it up just in case they soak in so much time in this hill. But that is yet to be seen because later on, the rotation will be a little bit too far and they might be left behind once again. But it's a good trade back right now from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, not letting go of that hill even for the final second. There goes the contention, but still it is not wavering for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. They are still managing and taking this house.
Good play. Navin gets a double. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. I mean, that early rotation seems to have done them a lot of good, even though they did have a little bit of a challenge coming through from who almost broke their hill. But they do hold on and they put themselves right back in this matchup. And now in, as well as Cheek with the investment of that Annihilator, now in managing to get 3 slays back to back. On the other hand, just circling around, making sure he clears off Hotel Yard. This is P4, and it looks like the players of WDC FREESLOT are cooking up some great food in here. Guitar, that Annihilation was just a little bit too sweet. Almost got taken down there, but he survives, and it looks like WDC has made Bakery P4 here their hill, their home, their place where they gain a majority of these points to once again get a dominant lead in this matchup.
Yeah, they're taking out the welcome mat in here, but still the knock from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS continue. And it's a good thing by this time they still have 20 seconds to be able to take over, making the lead a little bit smaller from them. So for it's 77 to 105 in the point, and still counting up for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Rotation right now is still a little bit scattered for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS at this point. They tried to go into Bakery, but they need to focus now on early rotation towards Hotel Yard, but they are being cut short by Anawin, and the backup will be coming in from Cheek, and with 1 by 1 additioning towards Hotel Yard, they will not have any advantage in the spawns anymore. And once the timer is open, it's now for WDC.
WDC FREESLOT doesn't really need to worry about too much. They just need to win the 1 or 2 rounds maybe 1 or 2 matches, the series as a whole, you know, if they can't win, they're not going to be too fussed about it because they've got quite a number of solid wins on the other side already. But West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, they can't take things easy. They desperately need a victory here, so they got to do whatever it takes to manage to pull this win away. Epoch flicks around to the left, just gets annihilated halfway through, but West Point Mamba LOWKINGS with a good hold onto Hotel Yard. MJ slays out Cheek on the second floor of Hotel, and that's a big kill. This is West Point Mamba LOWKINGS really stepping up their gameplay against WDC FREESLOT, and once again they're almost right back in this matchup, but they still need to hustle a little bit more though. Final few seconds isn't going to be enough. Backstab here by Luffy. This is going to be a big play. If Luffy can take out this XS1 Goliath, things are going to get so much more easier, but by hook or by crook, they need to get this P2.
Yeah, P2 is one of the target that they can get. Only 3 entry point, but that entry point will be taken by this XS1 Goliath. Backstab opportunity coming from Luffy right now, but Guitar is still on the way, turning his back on towards Luffy, and a takedown in there by Luffy. Good conversion, and Luffy takes over this hill. Where is the backup? Here we come. The rest of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS knocking at the door and not letting anyone in.
West Point Mamba LOWKINGS really doing a lot out there. 30 more seconds and the challenge comes through from Cheek. Great engagement. Guitar, backstab, shut down once again. But there's still one more player. Great engagements by C1. Breaks the hill momentarily. Goes in for the challenge. But WDC FREESLOT just does not know how to slow down. And the backup, man after man after man they throw in. But Kalo holds onto the points for just a couple of seconds and forces the player of WDC FREESLOT out of the equation. 5 more seconds. Scrap points picked up here by the Filipinos, but each and every single point is gonna matter. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS needs to make P3 once again their home. Granny's house is gonna belong to them unless they can have Guitar get the job done here, but no, he gets annihilated halfway. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, if they can dominate this hill, they're right back in the matchup once again.
WDC FREESLOT will try to huff and puff and blow down the house of Grunny. Ben, there we go. It is the Piggies who will be let out, and there goes a step in by WDC FREESLOT. And this is different from what happened earlier on from the first part that we've seen WPM in this house, because this time they have been evicted and the points moving in towards WDC FREESLOT. There's no response just yet. Demorse tries to knock in, but still stepping out from that window.
136 to 191, WDC FREESLOT so close to finishing things off already. And inside of P3, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS giving this up a little bit early, allowing WDC to pick up all of those scrap points. I don't know how big of a great idea that is, but they are investing the whole match into this hill. If they can win this out, they are right back in it. They do not get the victory just yet. They just remain surviving, but no, they fall, they falter, they get annihilated, and it is WDC FREESLOT that opens up Bakery. This was their money hill earlier on, but Luffy with the Annihilator. 2 kills back to back, saves the lives of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
The heat of the oven right now, and victory is now open for the taking. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS in there taking 37, needs to take 37 in here to catch up a little bit in the points, crossing that double century mark with WDC FREESLOT, and just in case they will be able to push out Bakery right here, greater chance for them to win this match once they turn it to the Hotel Yard. And there you go, we have Bakery turned over, but taken back by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. 14 seconds remain, and rotation needs to happen from these teams as they open up Hotel Yard for the taking.
Now, I understand exactly why West Point Mamba LOWKINGS was giving away some scrap points to WDC. They wanted to go in for that early rotation. They wanted to secure all of those points, but you just cannot afford that, boys. You cannot afford WDC to pick up a single point. As long as you can contest, you have to contest, unless the angles are all blocked off and there's just no ingress whatsoever. Every time you go there, you get slayed and you give away streaks to your opponents. That's the only condition that can approve of you giving away some free points. And that's maybe a get P2, but at P4 earlier on, at P3 earlier on, they still had that opportunity, which was wasted. And WDC FREESLOT making the best use of that, but Luffy still wants to keep it fresh, jumps on in just to be annihilated by a God Nade. Back-to-back God Nades by the players of WDC FREESLOT on the final run now. This is that final stretch for the Thai players, and as they hop on in to annihilate West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, we see signs of life from the Filipinos. 17 seconds to go. They do not want to let this go. Back and forth, they get all of those kills. Dimors can still bring in that annihilator, needs to slide away, goes in for the prone instead, and now it annihilates him. Backstab by Luffy, still wins out that gunfight. This is back and forth between the two teams, and now so close, but not over just yet. A single point to go. WDC FREESLOT, but the first ones to P2 is West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
A single second let go, and I think there we have it. And that guy who has been stepping out has missed that opportunity. But regardless, AJ, I mean, winning the gunfight is not working for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. And even if they get a hold of that warehouse, it just needs 1 second for WDC FREESLOT to take the win. And whether they take it, another cycle, and it will happen eventually.
And the players of WDC FREESLOT just need to continue doing this, man, because, you know, they have got superior mechanical capability out there on the battlefield when you compare them against the LOWKINGS. And they just have the capability of just slaying out each and every single one of the players on the side of WPM. Now, the numbers may not look very far apart from each other, but you see a higher rate of consistency on the higher end for WDC FREESLOT. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, on the other hand, you see those rotations, but what pains me the most is the incoherent decisions made out there on the battlefield. They seem so indecisive sometimes, and when they do seem decisive, for me personally, it was the wrong move, it was the wrong decision. Yes, I understand why you need to rotate early, but when you give WDC FREESLOT all of those scrap points time and time again, it adds up.
Yeah, 10, 15 points being given out on the scrap points will really take a toll against you. And at this point, it is C1 who showed up right now. 37 on the frags, 5,009 onto the points. And this guy, if I'm not mistaken, he took that whole objective to a different level. The only guy in here from that roster who had 2 minutes onto the point. So objective wise, it's not just the kills, but objective wise, C1 has made that progress, making this point 250 against 190 by WDC FREESLOT. But we end hard point right there. It is a chance, or it was a chance for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS to get a point, but not so much. The inconsistency, indecisiveness that brought them to their knees.
Can West Point Mamba LOWKINGS take the series against the players of WDC FREESLOT? And you know what? If the Thai players actually wanted to play strategy, all you need to do is just drop the next two matches and allow West Point Mamba LOWKINGS into the playoffs, because that will result in either Smart of Maker or Junior Games losing their slot. And you know what? That's the best strategy, because then you've got lesser number of great teams in the competition that's able to take matches away from you, especially after Junior Games had already taken away the series from WDC FREESLOT. That's the last team you want to see in the playoffs. But obviously, WDC's just not the kind of team to go down just like that. But West Point Mamba LOWKINGS want to force them down.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of force in there, a little of quickness and aggressiveness in this game. Cheek taking down MJ, but we are left with Luffy, and there's no underestimating this guy, as we can see him goes in for that jump and shot. C1 only got guy remaining, the flank on the left, but Luffy moves in to the right and will try to cut off the approach. But with this MW11, they're just going left aside, they're chasing each other, ring around the roses, but a catch off right now. Hit mark brings him down, and C1 takes that win.
Okay, first of all, if Luffy already had the sniper in his hand and that started that engagement, bye-bye, it would have been the point to West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. He had the grenade. He panic tosses the grenade and then later on picks up that sniper, goes in for the quick scope, hits the hit mark. How sad. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, first round in itself, and Luffy is a monster as usual, but that's not enough. You need the other players to step up, especially D-Morse.
Yeah, Demors needs to get those slays. Epox has been popping off earlier against Smart Omega, and he needs to bring that on once again. It cannot be just Loopy putting into play right now, but a good hiding spot from WDC right now. All members right here, or mostly all members on the white warehouse. Epox has spotted one. Grenades will be thrown, and by the time the bomb will be planted, one hit will be happening. But Guitar just stringing in against Timors. Luffy taking down, and one by one, WDC takes down the LOWKINGS.
Yeah, too easy this round for WDC FREESLOT. This time around, engagements were super clean and no spirit at all from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS in those engagements. They're not going to be tickled by that at all. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, they are on the defense, but what they need to do is just push Luffy up in towards that private backyard and see if he can, steal something away here, because we see signs of life from them, but what we do not see is Luffy holding on to that command center confidently. Luffy now from the back, MJ manages to find Guitar, but immediately traded out by Demors gets dropped as well. This is round number 3, and Demors still does not have a single frag. Kalo as well. Epoch wraps around opportunity, but the movement's out of just a little bit too slippery. Allows him to slip right through his fingers. Cheek shuts them down. 2 back-to-back kills for WDC to pick up round number 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS together or probably duos in one engagement can do so much, but on a 1v1s, they're not waiting that much of an engagement. Thus, even if they have good positioning within this point, within this map, once one has been caught off guard, it will be a demolishing squad from WBC FREESLOT. And this is what's happening in Bravo once again. It's a good thing that West Point Mamba LOWKINGS has turned their heads and moved into our area, and we'll have to find out who will survive and who will take the win.
3-0 so far. Luffy, Kalo stepping up, but the numbers don't look that great for the side of WDC FREESLOT. Cheek, good angle that he holds on to. 2 players inside of the B-bomb side. Opportunity, Cheek. You cannot miss that, sir. Goes in for the jump. Totally doesn't spot the guy on the left-hand side, but he knows his positioning, though. Cheek goes out for the spot, but Luffy sees him first. Hit mark not onto Luffy, and Luffy secures the final slay. This guy really carrying the team on his back right now with those scopes. WPM LOWKINGS 1-3, but it's going to be quite the tough hill to climb here against the Thai Giants.
Yeah, they just need to cut off WDC FREESLOT's approach, similar to what we've seen earlier. But knowing WDC FREESLOT, they will not doing the same mistake from what we've seen earlier. They will be splitting up right now and trying to challenge them on man advantage on a 2-1, and they are succeeding, leaving Luffy left in the battle.
Man, this is so painful, right? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys missed, some of the comments that I made yesterday about PJ as well as Yopi, because I was curious as to why in the world both of those players were out of the list, because I only thought that PJ was underage, but as it turns out, Yopi's underage as well, so hence the reason why they had to remove the 2 players from the team. And it's not easy, man, when you have to re-roster before a stage like this, before you go up against the best of the best in the other regions. Playing with new members on your side isn't easy at all. And they had a COVID scare as well, which only gave them 6 days to practice before stage 4. I mean, abysmal in terms of performance, but you gotta chuck all of that down to exactly this. But is that something that they couldn't overcome in the past? They should have known that they were capable of making it to stage 4. The preparation should have been done a little bit earlier, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, adjustments even before staying in stage 3 so that in case once they step in stage 4, they can focus on understanding the gameplay or the other teams instead of working on their internal gameplay. Yeah. And that is what's happening. If rosters and change, it's not only West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, so we've seen that other teams as well because of age restrictions, and at some point sickness happens as well. So hopefully not so much of the latter. I would go for the age restrictions, but sickness, it's not really good for a team at this point.
It just messes with your mojo, man. I mean, I can't even wake up and do my regular day-to-day stuff when I'm sick, let alone go out there and represent my country, right? On a game as crazy and tough as Call of Duty Mobile, you really need your mechanical skills to be at the best. You really need to be sharp. Your mind needs to be extremely sharp. Your response time needs to be extremely low. And for you to be able to function at that level, being sick, yeah, that's the worst thing that could happen at that point. But D-More slides on through. Kalo already sorted out Cheek. And this is a good, solid round for the side of West Point Marble LOWKINGS. But, they need way more than, just one or two of these rounds, man. They need to really step up their gameplay against WDC FREESLOT. And I feel like they're finally finding that groove in them.
Yeah, and that's one thing about having a coach and with them, because even if you don't see it on your perspective, a person from the third person will be able to point out things that you need to work out, and that is what's happening. Improvement match after match, round after round is happening from West Point Marble LOWKINGS. They need to catch up quickly in this point and make those adjustments, because WDC FREESLOT will not be waiting for them to stand up. They will be gunning them down, and as we can see, they are gunned down right now, balanced to a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, great place. West Point Marble LOWKINGS, though, they have got 2-2, which means the numbers are not really against them. But the bomb on the ground, Luffy is close to it. And it doesn't seem like the rest of WDC has got their eyes on the bomb. So that's going to be good for the Filipinos to just pick it up, just run towards that bomb site. But it seems like Luffy misses that by a mile. They're not even going here for the bomb. They just want to annihilate the players of WDC first.
And they want to get the information first before going for that bomb. And there you have it. Bomb will be taken. West Marble LOWKINGS will be moving as a duo right now together. But, well, surprisingly, they split up. They still need that information. And WDC has hidden themselves so much that it might pull in Luffy. And Luffy right now losing that engagement. It's a good thing that Kalo is on the back end. Was able to take down C1, bringing this on a 1v1, AJ.
But on the other side, Cheek has got his eyes on him, spots him out. Great engagement by Kalo. But the question is, will he force the plant? 24 seconds. And now as Cheek moves on in towards the bomb site, Kalo outsmarts him, gets into the auto repair, moves on towards that A bomb site. Cheek does not know what just happened, but Kalo, big brain place maybe. Will he go in for the engagement purely? No, he goes in for the plant. But this is going to be a GG. If he gets this plant, things are going to be very tough for him. He should have just gone in for the kill. Instead, Cheek catches him in the open grounds. And WDC FREESLOT, 5th round on for the win. I really thought he was going to go in there for the big brain plays because it would have worked out. I mean, just jump on into the command center from that back door as this guy just makes his way through the trails at container, shut him down. You've got that KSP, get him by the element of surprise. But instead, it's he that gets surprised as Cheek takes that initiative.
Yeah, I mean, also the open plant might have been smart if he didn't turn around towards that control area and then just head straight onto Alpha. The open plant will provide information if he steps into White Warehouse and gets that hit. But unfortunately, Cheek a little bit too cheeky and clever for this point. But this time, it's a 3v3 once again, 3v2 as Cheek takes down Kalo, but Luffy responded.
I really like the fact that, he tried to plant it out for the opens so that later on the defusal will be tough for Cheek. But the biggest mistake that he made was you really got to decide. Either you want to flank around and take the kill, or you want to quickly flank around, get that plant, and then play the time for yourself, right? And he was indecisive with exactly what he wanted to do in that round, and that was a big waste. This round number 8, on the other hand, was just a little bit too straightforward with WDC FREESLOT just slaying out all of the players from the side of West Point Marble LOWKINGS, getting the defusal. And now, match point. Doesn't seem like West Point Marble LOWKINGS has got the quality to trade back and forth up until we reach to a equalize situation here and push this into overtime. I believe this is the end of the road, Neptune, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's also how the pace has been dictated by WDC FREESLOT from the start of the game. Because earlier, when we see West Point Marble LOWKINGS slow down, they get kills before heading for the approach. But because of the first few rounds in there, a little bit too fast from WDC FREESLOT, everything just went faster for West Point Marble LOWKINGS, and they're being caught off guard from every approach that they take.
Ooh. And we've always talked about exactly how ferocious versus the Garena side of Call of Duty Mobile players are. And most of that assessment is done based on the teams of MSP. But when you widen that range, when you check out some of these other teams within Garena itself, I mean, especially the Thai as well as the Indonesian region, these guys played on a totally different pace, man. I mean, yes, you could have seen some dominance from the Filipinos in the past, but Thailand and Indonesia, they truly have woken up 7-2, slaying out one of the best S&D teams within MSP so quickly, so easily, methodically. You gotta be afraid if you face WDC FREESLOT.
Yeah, I mean, even against Luffy, who have a great potential to get early slays, has been taken down in there. Well, probably not early into the game, but he's being caught off guard on the angles that he's taking. Thus, the man advantage really of WDC FREESLOT. Every time that they are being flanked, they can read that. Every time that they are being pushed hard, they can read that as well and respond accordingly. So WDC FREESLOT is in a different level, I would say, especially for that search and destroy against West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, because like predictability is not easy, especially for this team of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, who keep changing their tactics. But WDC FREESLOT thinks, I think they've seen that as a clear book. And they've like written the pages and then just dictated it against the LOWKINGS.
Yeah, but the problem here is I feel like West Point Mamba LOWKINGS just weren't playing at their best, you know. And throughout the whole competition, they have been pretty much nerfed. You can say that it's down to the fact that they had to re-roster. You can say that it's down to the fact that they barely had time to prepare for the stage. But in my opinion, they should have started preparing for stage 4 even before stage 3. I mean, you knew that you were one of the best teams inside of Philippines. You knew that there was going to be a strong chance for you guys to dominate stage 3 and then make it into stage 4 as well. Although maybe not as confident as Smart Omega or Blacklist International Ultimate, but you still got to be confident, and they were confident. But the preparation versus, you know, what was actually happening out there on the battlefield just weren't equal. You know, they were doing well, but just not preparing for the future. And that's really going to just bite you in the back. And it seems to have bitten them in the back. You know, I barely think that they'll be able to sit down after that bite. 14 kills. C1 as usual annihilates his competition. 2 back-to-back rounds. WDC FREESLOT on the path to perfection here against West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
Yeah, as we jump into control right now, not the strongest suit for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, and like so far the record right here is 2-1 and 1-2 all throughout the group stages. And the one win that West Point Mamba LOWKINGS has on an actual battle is against NGU, and the default against Ace. But when we look in against WDC FREESLOT, it is NGU taken down, Smart Omega taken down, Dunya Games, that's the only time that they got a loss in control. So if we look at the statistics, still gearing towards the WDC FREESLOT team.
Well, let's see exactly what the players of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS can do to prove themselves at this control matchup as they open up things. Luffy gets the first slay against the players of WDC. But before that, one of his brothers already fell down onto the ground already. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS low in numbers from the very get-go here. But they are trying their very best to hop onto those points. And a split push coming through, all thanks to the gods of RNG, giving them the spawns at Cranes. But they just don't seem to be able to engage perfectly with the players of WDC FREESLOT. A majority of their gunfights so far just being lost.
Yeah, even if the anchor and they're being taken against Aurora Lunch, they are still being spawned towards the visitor center, thus taking advantage of the hold that WDC FREESLOT has against them. The kills are just dying down, but it's not so much. It's only 3 life deficit, and the capture and alpha will be in there going for the second tick. It is West Point Mamba LOWKINGS who needs to stay strong and stay long into that hill, but WDC FREESLOT will not let that go. Of 3 versus 3 or 3 against 3 on to the trades, but still looking dire against the LOWKINGS.
Yeah, it's looking dire mainly because they are on the attack and they are supposed to be a little bit more conservative with the way they approach this. Because you can't just keep dropping lives, because even if you do secure one of those control points, you need to remember you need lives to move on to that second control point. When on the attack, you just have to be the more careful squad. And it looks like West Point Mamba LOWKINGS are throwing away their lives. I mean, I've been begging for this, asking for this for the longest of time now. Why can't we just see a slow-paced control matchup? We just do not need to rush into it. Yes, the timer is ticking, but you have time.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where they can utilize Luffy on the sniper, getting a good position. There's plenty of power positions, especially in this game, in this map of takeoff, that Luffy can just take. Like, a lot of backstab can be done. Like, we are seeing one from launch center control room as well as a roller launch. So those positions can be taken by Luffy. Yes, he might be killed later on, but it will take time, and he might get a lot of frags already, giving the team a chance also to step into those points.
And it's just a little saddening to see them just fly into engagement after engagement, even after they have learned the bitter truth that WDC FREESLOT is just better when it comes to those gunfights. But this time around, things seem to be going their way. They're locking down those positions as they themselves are on the defensive. And it seems to be paying dividends. I mean, you see how a little bit of patience can really turn the game your way. You don't really need to rush into them. And yes, they were on the attack earlier on. But as long as, like you said, Neptune, Luffy had held on to those angles, you execute a couple of backstabs, it's pretty much predictable as to where you can find your opponents. Because at control, the spawns are always going to be set. That's why going in there for the spawn trap, if you're mechanically capable, is going to be possible. And therefore, the positions that they hold is going to be pretty much predictable as well, because they're just 2 control points. I mean, where else would you find players?
Yeah, but at this point, I mean, earlier they have a spawn trap almost triggered, but it has been reversed against them, and it's more of the spawn hold or spawn flip that is being done by WDC FREESLOT. Though they are spawning on the same spot overall, mechanical skills, they taking the kills and forcing everyone to spawn from Aurora Lounge or the gas tank area. But it is dwindling down for WDC FREESLOT at this point, and as mentioned, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, they just need to be patient because they are defender. All they have to do is make sure that ticks will not be taken and time will be running out.
I absolutely agree with that assessment, man. They just need to hold on to these angles, play for trades, in fact, not play for trades, just play for kills, get those slays, hide away, back away, defensive spots. That's going to be your strength, your advantage. 6 more seconds to go. And West Point Mamba LOWKINGS have won this round already. And final engagement coming through. 1 second left. But thankfully, they get that final slay. I mean, they just need to play it safely. They just need to play it patiently and hold on to those angles. Allow WDC to come running at them. If WDC does not rush into battle, then you have to really start exploring with a couple of your better players for that backstab. D-Mars, we waited for him to get activated in the previous matchup. He didn't, but at least he's hitting those high notes in this control game. So therefore, he needs to be one of those rushes who overextends and get those backstabs.
Yeah, I would agree, because at this point, if you save up on the lives, even an attacker, if you initiate that, Luffy getting the frags, even one of the members from D-Mars are getting long engagement using those ARs probably early start in the game, and then they might be able to get them like man advantage, live advantage later on, and then once you have that, you can go and rush in 1 point, grab a Alpha or Bravo, or probably hunt the enemy down for a spawn flip and also a spawn trap, and then that will start you off in a good game. But this time, WDC FREESLOT turned it around against West Point Mamba LOWKINGS once again, and it is looking like a defense-oriented game wherein it can be flipped depending on the strats.
And now in good engagement, takedown as well. Cheek, fantastic plays by WDC FREESLOT. And I really like this play coming through from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, taking things a little bit more slower. But you see, if you look at the minimap, you can see exactly who's taking the initiative to find those backstabs, to circle around the opponents. It's not West Point Mamba LOWKINGS who are focusing towards the mid part of the map. You see WDC FREESLOT playing the wider side of takeoff, and they are going to continuously catch off West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, who are running directly for the objective. I mean, it's like placing candy in the trail of black ants and just watching them rush straight for it, right? All you got to do is just stomp on them. I mean, don't be that mean. Don't stomp on ants. But that's exactly what WDC is doing. An easy round picked up by them against West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, who are way too predictable. And that's so surprising for me to say, because West Point Mamba LOWKINGS has been one of the most unpredictable teams that we've seen in the past, but not at stage 4.
Yeah, exactly. And they're unpredictably, the way they change their game time after time really makes them one force to reckon with. But this time, one thing that I would suggest for them is flip the spawns right now, pushing everyone off WDC towards a towards visitors center, so that they can have a clearer hold of Alpha and Bravo. Probably go in for the split, but this time this Bravo hold will be good for the LOWKINGS right now, for WDC FREESLOT, and still West Point Mamba LOWKINGS will be shocked and awe, because that is the first time that a capture has been done at this point. And even if they have the funnel capacity, it's more of the gunfight that they need to win.
Yeah, Luffy, fantastic engagement after dropping a couple of initial engagements, finally steps on up. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS slowly waking up in this game. And WDC FREESLOT, on the other hand, have shown you how efficient they are. With less than 8 lives lost, they've taken away the B control point already. And that in itself can show you exactly who's more proficient at control. And I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked at the kind of quality that West Point Mamba LOWKINGS are showing us. Because it's not just going to be chucked down to exactly who the opponents are. Their movements out there on the battlefield, and I'm not talking about just like individual player movements. I'm talking about how they're moving together as a team, what sort of angles that they're controlling, what sort of spots are they just kind of locked down for themselves. You know, it's just very, very miserable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that concrete. I mean, it's like, we are saying that they're predictable, but so far we're not predicting any good outcome from what we've seen on the rotation that they're having. So that's one unpredictability that we don't want to see, because at least you can predict how well your gameplay is, but that is not happening at this point. Yes, they have a lead in terms of the lives, but captures and slays are being done slowly. But it's a good thing that they are slowing the pace and also charging not that aggressive against WDC FREESLOT. They can have this advantage earlier, and well, it depends on how they will respond. WDC respond, but as we can see, it might be another win for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
Yeah, fantastic as usual by the players of WDC, but West Point Mamba LOWKINGS shows a lot of signs of life in this round. I mean, we've been waiting for them to prove themselves throughout this whole series, and they have chosen control, or perhaps not even chosen, but they have realized that it's do or die time now. And if they don't pick up a single victory, a single match off of WDC FREESLOT, it's going to hurt their soul as they walk away from this competition. They're all into it. It's a 2-2 WDC FREESLOT. It's not always that you see a team push them this far at control.
I mean, they needed to push a little bit harder, but not so much aggressive. They need to push a little bit harder in terms of those gunfight and then win them, but they have to get the power position. WDZ right now is getting like a now win right now, getting second floor. Unfortunate for him, surprise from behind, but ideation is good. Now, I think this is a good turnaround, as West Point Mamba LOWKINGS is on the attack, and every time that we see them win, they are in defensive. So having that man advantage, this is good that they can take, but Guitar, as well as the score streaks of the other members of the team, might be that balance equalizer for this lives.
Enemy down.
2-2, Annihilator investment coming through for Guitar. 2 shots before, oh, Luffy, great engagement. And Kalo just shuts down Guitar halfway through as well. Fantastic plays by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS as they push on forth for that A control point. They just need 2 more players to hop onto that objective, win out the gunfires. Epoch does exactly that, and the A control point should be in the safe hands of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. The question is, how are they going to be able to slay out the players of WDC and get this B control point as well? They need to first switch this up into a team deathmatch. In fact, into a search and destroy, where they desperately need to win gunfights first before aiming for that objective. And Demor spots out the right corner. Fantastic play. 5 life deficit here for WDC FREESLOT. And as long as West Point Mamba LOWKINGS plays this patiently, they should be able to rip this away. And look at how slowly they're playing this. This is what I wanted for round 1, Neptune.
Exactly. This is how you want if you're an attacker. Yes, you're an attacker, but this time you're not like dictating the pace. This is, or well, you're dictating the pace on how fast and slow is this, but you don't have to go fast every time.
Yeah.
You can pull the defensive side in, tricking them to go for Alpha later on or switching it to Bravo later on. That would depend on what route you want to go. But this time it's working for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Probably an ace they're pulling out in the final moment, giving
Perfect.
out the attacker moment against WDC FREESLOT, and then pulling this out once they are on that 5th match.
Great play. And WDC FREESLOT finally eats an L in the hands of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. But this is just a consolation prize. This is more of a certificate of participation for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS against the players of WDC. Yes, they were able to pull away this control match, but unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think they're going to be making it through to the playoffs. Unless, of course, we see the players of, you've got 2 more teams here who have a potential of making it through. And you're looking at either NGU or Ace upsetting Dunia Games or Smart Omega later on. But you have to be a real hopeful person to imagine that something like that is going to be possible. And miracles need to be made possible in those 2 final series to allow Ace or NGU to shut down Dunia Games and Smart Omega. But if that does not happen, unfortunately, the road for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS ends a little unfortunately.
Yeah, and this is where the term "I can only imagine" will come into play, because it's not showing just yet, but how fickle your imagination is. You can think about these 2 teams, NGU as well as Ace, winning those games against Dunia Games and Smart Omega. But West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, I mean, they lost that opportunity earlier on. The best map that they have, Search and Destroy, had been lost, proving that WDC FREESLOT is a better team in that map. But Control, this time, I think, with the Moors on the MVP, 38 on the Slays, 42-16 onto the points, with the rest of the teams as well playing it to perfection. I think that was a trick that they pulled in there in Control, and they played it against WDC FREESLOT, even against us, because we didn't see that coming.
Yeah, we most definitely didn't. And, the players of the one and only West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, really need to step it up. And I talked about D-Morse. I talked about his activation in that SND not really, coming through. But at the start of Control in itself, he really started popping off. And he was that person who is very capable of going for those backstabs, sustaining his life out there on the battlefield, and playing good fights and not being traded out. That's the most important thing. When you get to Control, yes, getting kills is important, but the more important factor here at Control is to not get traded out the moment you drop your opponent. And that's one of the things that D-Morse excels at. And it allowed the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS to pull away 1 round from the players of the one and only WDC FREESLOT. But of course, it's just pretty much a consolation prize. WDC guarantees themselves a spot at the playoffs, whereas West Point Mamba LOWKINGS need to now hope and pray that there is some sort of an upset by NGU or Ace onto 2 very big solid teams, which once again is highly improbable, Neptune.
Yeah, improbable, yet not impossible. Yeah, because there's luck factor, that's a miracle happening. Probably I don't want to wish anything bad against those 2 teams, but if the worst comes to worst, it might happen. But it's improbable. But still, I mean, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, though, despite of how well they did on qualifying for stage 4 and even from stage 3, we've seen that so far. Perfect run on the playoffs, on the group stages, but on the playoffs, it's really not that well, because some of the teams have read the gameplay of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, and I think WDC FREESLOT, on the tenure that they have in this competition, in this game, they have done the homework as well. So West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, they pulled out that trick on Control, but not so much on Hardpoint as well as SND.
But they are fighters, and if you guys want to show that you are fighters as well, go ahead and claim this frame right down below, the fighter frame. And you've got your code right there. Please do not take some awkward screenshot of us. This time I am actually going to pose with Neptune, okay? Because yesterday someone shared this screenshot on one of the Garena groups saying that, hey guys, these are the 3 codes. And I was in one of those codes, and I just Yeah, don't do that to me. Why would you guys do?
And that's at some point when codes are being shown, and we count down. But at least they're like
Gotta
they're ready.
always
They
look
have
handsome,
some
you
good
know, when the
pictures.
codes appear. It happens. It happens. But you know, a little unfortunate for West Point One Low-Kings once again. But you know, as far as WDC free slot goes, they once again managed to prove that it really doesn't matter who they go up against, except maybe Duty Games. You know, they will be able to stomp them down and take that W. I cannot wait to see what they can do at the playoffs. We do have ABC Esports, another giant from the Indonesian side, who was stellar all throughout their own playoffs. And then on the final series, dropped against Dunia Games. I mean, if you're talking about a fake out, that could have been the biggest fake out in the Indonesian history, but we still have to wait for the playoffs to see if or not that is a fact, or whether it was Dunia Games lying low all this while. We're going to take a quick short break, ladies, German boys and girls. When we come back, we have got two back-to-back series for you guys, Ace versus DG, as well as NGU versus a Smart Omega. We'll be right back after a quick short break.
Hello, soldiers, and welcome back. This is Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regionals Qualifiers. So far, we've seen 3 series overall. It has been exciting, but disappointment at the same time. We are off to the last 2 series of this day, and this is where we're going to see if some of the teams have been hiding anything, or probably it will be complete domination and annihilation for the remaining 2 series that we have. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and right now I'm joined by Cali Gaming. And Cali, how do you feel about the next 2 matches that we're going to see at this point, especially this one by Ace and Dunya Games?
Well, for me, honestly, Dunya Games, this is going to be an important game for them because not only are they fighting for the placement, but they're also fighting for the top seed. And what you get for the top seed is you are able to play the top 3 on the other groups. So it's going to be mattering a lot if you're going to win 3-0 because right now we have WDC who's currently 4-1. Now, if DG wins this match against Ace, they're going to have a 4-1 status as well. And right now for Ace, although they're not really able to win some games because of how they somehow disappeared while playing the games, well, they do have Yelpo, Gary, MIV, AZ, Stefan, and Pika, and this lineup comprises of Ace. And although we really don't have much information about this team because they continue to miss some games due to health scare, it's not really going to make things even better for this team right now, Neptune.
Yeah, they had an opportunity from day number 2 against NGU, but NGU pulled the ace against them. So far, out of the 4 series that they have potential of like fighting, playing, they only fought against Smart Omega, and from there, they have been taken down. We've seen from that game, MIB, one of the most tenured member of this team, has been doing well. And well, hopefully they will continue on. But so far, Ace Esports, not so much of show coming from them, and they will be challenging the Indonesian team Dunya Games, and this team are not letting them go that easily, especially from what we've seen earlier against NGU Esports.
And well, Ace Esports really needs to find a way to defeat this squad because right now they're going up against the #1 squad of Indonesia. They got Jetsky, Zen, Gonzi, Fran, and ZZX comprising the lineup of Dunya Games. And you already know this team went in no mercy against NGU Esports. So we might expect the same exact thing here at this match number 4, where obviously Fran was continuously the MVP of every game mode against NGU Esports. Well, this team is stacked. You know, everyone can just pop up in full throttle and win you games and carry the load of offense. And while Gonzi continues to be the game factor in here, anyone can be the playmaker. That's how good this team exactly is. And with that being said, Dunya Games, what they're fighting for here is placement for Group B. And of course, the placement will eventually gonna be very beneficial in that playoffs, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the placement that they can get on the playoffs, whether you're an upper or lower seed, that would depend on how much games that you are playing, as well as who you will be going against. So for those who have planned it so much to that point that they can place themselves on whether in lower seed so that they can move up later on, then we'll have to find out as we started off maps and modes. First off, for the bands, Dunya Games taking out Sparrow and take off for the map, and Ace taking out Annihilator as well as Slums. So we are about we might be seeing a lot more of Purifier gameplay in here, especially on respawns. But as we stand on firing range later on the classic map of Hardpoint, we've seen some of the teams right now in here really struggle in this game. And for the team of Ace, since we don't have that much data, as well as from the group stages, Dunya Games didn't play it at this point just yet. Well, we don't have that direct information, but when it comes to the gameplay, still gearing towards DJ.
All right, we're loading up inside the game. And again, Purifier is going to be a very beneficial score streak and an operator inside this game, especially in P2 to P3, where things are going to be kind of one-sided. Now, for the boys of Ace Esports, it's all down to how well they really take this map in as we load in the match. First hardpoint up in separate, exactly towards the middle of the map, and Dunya Games, right off the get-go, gets control of the white warehouse and the auto repair shop, and that's going to be a great start for them in terms of map control. They win the couple of engagements, they are able to spawn Ace right away to top side of that minimap, and they are good to go, ripping all the time inside the hill.
Yeah, understanding of where you go first and rotate first would be crucial, especially as that is being done by Dunya Games. But for the side of Ace Esports, yes, you might be able to understand that, but you need to win engagement as well. Gabby and they're going against Gonzi, but 2 slays as a trade will not be working for their side. Still, DG will be taking it 27 seconds remaining, and no one from Ace is getting close to that first hill.
Well, they're also trying to chain this one in here as well. You know, Dunya Games, final 17 seconds left. They're also scoring the time, but they're also preparing for the next hill. Gunzi going to be up front as well. Wins that huge engagement. Final 10 seconds is left with that P1, and ZZ already on the next hill. Gets that huge 2 kills. Reaping the reward right now. They're still going to be able to get some reinforcements in for P2. And for the meantime, it's nice try from AZ, you know. Great hold of that. But DG starts P2 45-0, a huge lead here right now. But it's all down to Ace to get all the time in it right now. They are inside the point. MLB still needs to win this huge gunfight, but unfortunately, he won't. And Dunya Games, they break the point and they win the initial hold.
It was a good play from that guy number 4, Gonzi. It's cutting the approach towards this command center, cutting down the manpower that can contest that hill at this point. 35 and no one is stepping on the plane. Sen is the only one remaining at this point. 2 will try to go in. There goes Stay back from the window, and Gary will be able to take down Fran, but Jet Sky just steps in and solo, no problem. They can take the points as well as push this team of Ace back, and they are preparing as well to go into that P3. Not so much of a lot of members getting ready. It's just one who is staying, and fortunately for Ace, it is that Zeze who will be taken down by the approach of the rest of the teams right now to take over White Warehouse.
White Warehouse is going to be one exact hill where you can just full stack and get the money hill. Well, it's a perfect time for you to invest those operators, and Gunzi is still being dominant right now. Running down over Ace with that KSP 45, being that full throttle for this team right now to claim all the time inside the hill. And Jet Sky now officially dropping in the Purifier. Gonna toast and burn more players inside the hill, which will make things matter worse for Ace at the moment. They're spawning in a split spawn situation, and this is kind of a good thing as well, you know. They can get a split spawn attack, but not when Jet Sky is inside the hill. This guy's just been so good at defending the hill. Now already has 66 seconds inside the point. 16 to 110 now on the scoreboard, and Dunya Games is not slowing down here at all. They want to end this fast.
Yeah, we've seen the Dunya Games played earlier against NGU, and there was no slowing them down. Well, compared to a few of the games wherein they a little bit put out a little bit troll, but not so much that they have given that disadvantage against the opposing team. But so far, in terms of disadvantage, it is Ace Esports who has that mechanical skills disadvantage, not winning all of those gunfights, that even if they have good spawns like split spawns, they cannot get into that hill, giving it over all the points to Dunya Games. 16 to 145 right now on the scores, not even crossing that 20 mark. It is very, very dire from Ace Esports. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of life from this team.
And you know, Yelpo is going to be a huge help in here right now, cutting off the cross, and now they're going to be able to spawn right beside the hill, and they'll be able to send out 3 number Pika, number 3 in blue in the side at hard point. So that's it. Now Dunya Games is trying to work on the attack. Now they send out ZZ at the back, and now they're trying to break the spawn. So it's just going to be totally smart for them, because they get the hill, they get the spawn as well. They will be able to totally get the map control inside the match once again. Jet Sky now on the Big Daddy, the Axis 1 Goliath trying to run over these 2 players, dancing back and forth. With that tap a little bit, that's going to be Jet Sky with the huge 2 kills. Final 3 seconds, we're moving on to new, and Jet Sky is in a prime position. Not really a very good investment though, because it's open in that P1 where the nades can just cut through you and destroy you, and that's what Ace actually did. Now it's going to be them opening it up the initial time, but they're not going to find enough success to sustain and stay alive inside this hill. The gunfights for Dunya Games is just too strong at the moment.
Yeah, I guess Dunya Games can do without that XX1 Goliath, but I think pulling out that Goliath has been a little bit premature, going in and cutting off the approach from clearing area, from Toolshed. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see as to how, or correction, that was Branch Road. We'll have to see how well this team of Ace will be able to cross that 50 mark, and because they might be joining the club once again, as Dunya Games will not let them get those scores as they cross the double century mark. And there we have it. DG right now crossing 200 and still no holding back. 10 seconds onto this hill before we get to the next one. And as you can see, the preparation of Ace Esports right now being trumped by DG in here. Despite of the 4 members already in command center, they have been pushed out and pushed back by DG.
Solid setup right now from Dunya Games at this P2. They get in, they get the initial time, and right now they are going in, winning the gunfights. And now you see it here. Ace Esports trying to initiate the break, but they're gonna be stopped in here, spawning all individually all across the map. They are widespread out the map, and it's going to take a toll on the way Dunya Games is actually converting in this side of this matchup. You see the control is so good so far. Jet Sky being able to push out and get some attacks towards to the mid map, and able to get one more of the auto repair shot on, and then is gonna get shot down. Final 15 seconds for Dunya Games to win this matchup. This might just be the hill that we could see, and this might just be Ace moving in here with that 50-point club. ZZX for the cleanup, Burns and barbecues 2 players, and there it is. That's gonna be game 250 to 45. Another 50-point club in today's match.
Yeah, I mean, well, Dunya Games, as expected, will not be letting this team go easily, even if they are not that the strongest team in this game. Dunya Games showing everything that they can against everyone they go against, and well, it will not be easy as well moving forward, even as Search and Destroy. But again, I'm still looking forward, still looking for that miracle to happen for Ace Esports. But so far, it's still not looking good for this team. They need to get at least the tenure and the knowledge that they have from the previous tournament and apply that in this game. Getting 2 out of the 7 wins that you need will be good for them, similar from what we've seen from NGU.
The preparation wasn't really enough for Ace Esports. I mean, this squad was recently formed for the last chance qualifier for the MY region. So thus, being able to scram a lot of time and a lot of scrim is not really going to help you, especially if you're going up against Dunya Games, who continuously has been playing at the COD mobile scene since 2020. Remember, this squad right here qualified for the Eastern Finals, and they definitely put on a show out there, and they're looking to continue that streak in here at this Garena regional qualifier with the way they dominate this group so far in this day. And well, you got your MVP. It's going to be Fran once again. This guy, I believe, has already 4 MVPs, continuing it on here at this match number 4 up against Ace Esports. 30 kills, 4,368 points.
Yeah, I mean, the 4th MVP for the day for Fran, and I don't think there will be anything slowing Fran at this point, especially with how this is going on for this team. But Dunya Games right now, as we see them on to the next map that we have, Raid, Search and Destroy. We've seen this from Smart Omega and Ace Esports, wherein Ace has been put down with a donut. 7-0 was the final match of that game. But as we look in NGU against Dunya Games, this is where life has been seen from NGU Esports, and looking forward to life being seen as well by Ace Esports. But it's a good point that you mentioned, because the time that they need to prepare for this stage 4, as well as the composition of the team right now, might not be enough to go and dominate, or probably go on for an average gameplay similar to what we've seen for the other teams. But man, it is what it is. We need to see it through, and Ace Esports just need to put out everything that they have.
Well, now we're going to start with Gonzi within that first blood. We're going to follow up with one more right through the open stairs, but MIB there for the trade. But the flank is going to come through for Dunya Games. Fran is going to be sent out here. Same thing along Jet Sky. A little bit of a dance and song there for Dunya Games. They have the numbers advantage in Jet Sky, going to take the risk to go up the back, and it's going to be very successful as Pika gets shot down. All down to the final 2 players of Ace Esports. Things are not looking good right off the get-go. They need to take a stand here, maybe win some gunfights, but now the flank is going to come through. ZZX with one of the guns, the KSP, and the nade to fall. And Ace didn't really saw that one coming. No topic system was down, and that led to the downfall. Dunya Games takes round number 1.
And the moment that they were seen in that bedroom, I mean, Zigzy just put in the spam on the walls, as well as the grenade in there, pinching both, and there's no way out. 2 of the members taken down. Now, Dunya Games right now a little bit too aggressive in the push right here. Once again, just stopping the movement of Ace Esports is depending on the response that can be done, but no response just yet. 2 down already in the first few seconds of this game.
Gunzi on a very aggressive attack here. Gets one already in Jet Sky on the drive-by. Gets a drive-by. Gets that huge 2 kills. And it ended in just, I believe, less than 30 seconds. At how fast Dunya Games was actually kind of able to predict where the players might attack. And they're getting the reads here, and that's the reason why they're being able to be successful. You know, they're anticipating where the players might come from, and they've been able to convert with it. And Gunzi, once again, being that front man, he gets that information. It's very needed. The jump pick game is too strong for this guy. That could be 2 players' information sent out already in Dunya Games. With the help of Jet Sky, gets the first blood in here. We get a 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess them Ace being pushed in onto the spawns is really because of confidence, because they're losing that confidence at match after match. They are being pushed in towards that area, but it's a good thing one was able to let out MIB. Potential backstab happening from this guy. Hopefully the rest of the teams will be able to survive. Gonzi right now for that kill, but MIB taking down Zen in the process. We are now left on a 2v3 advantage of Ace Esports, and Pika just jumping in against Gonzi at this point, and it's now a 1v2, Cali.
This might just be the round that Dunya Games will fall and Ace takes the first round, but it's not going to be that easy. The last player that they actually have to deal with is ZZX, who's going to be very annoying at long range, but finally we see some conversion. Pick on that Peacekeeper. That gun's get a high mobility and a great range, and that's going to be the first round win for Ace. Took them 3 rounds, but I'll take that. A win is still a win. So let's see if they're going to use that round win to the momentum shifter in this matchup, because right now they would badly need that to win more rounds inside this game. Well, for now, it's going to be the same exact setup for DG, sending out Gunzi on the mid-map, get that control, get that access, and get that flank on going if whenever it's possible once the information is sent out. And well, it's going to be very important here for Dunya Games to exactly execute this play around the mid-map, because they're going in aggressively, and Gunzi has to back away at this point. The first 30 seconds is quite chaotic and quite aggressive. You see Dunya Games already pushing the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's same tactic on the other hand by Ace, but the rotation being done right now by MIB a little bit too late. Pika and the rest of the teams are already taken down, but this time, as we can see, they still have the pinch advantage. MIB going in for the kill against Zen with the 1v2. AZ and MIB going against, so 2v2, MIB and AZ going in against Gonzi, but we know how Gonzi can play this. He can go for the clutch at this game, but we'll have to find out what can this team of Ace do. There goes a kill against Zeze, but an opportunity for the takedown. MIB right now the only guy left, taking the bomb and also turning the corner, backing off in here a little bit too cautiously, but the movement towards Bravo has been read, and it might be seen by Gonzi in here and clearing them out. The shot right now, heady being taken by MIB. Grenade cooked, and will it be killing? We'll have to find out. Opportunity for him to go for the plant, and there we have it. 1v1 situation. The pressure is none for MIB, but we'll have to see how will Gonzi respond.
And we've seen this all over again. Where are you going to take the route here, MIB? Where are you going to take the stand for Gunzi? He's looking to get that upper round, and there it goes. That little detail. Playing unpredictable and using that high ground advantage to take out the final player that has that head glitch section ongoing to his side. Will be shot down. A great way to counter-attack there. Gunzi, he's always prepared for those big moments, and I'm not surprised with the way he executed that. This guy is just a great pickup, being that great puzzle piece to fit the puzzle. And of course, being able to substitute Flo, who has a high firepower as well. Gunzi is the perfect fit for this team right now. They are on the mid-map. Gunzi pops up. Oh, great shot there against MIB, Neptune.
Yeah, backstab right now, and Gunzi on his second. Wildly going in for the third right here, but Gonzi is a different kind of a monster. There goes Fran for the kill, and Fran right now finishing off. Fran really don't want to be taken out of that MVP slot. He wants to take over, even if Gonzi is already playing it well. But I would agree with you as well earlier from the previous round that we've seen. Yes, if a guy is on that heady, one thing that you need to take out is take out that advantage. And Gonzi did the smart thing of moving in on the top of that statue and taking the advantage of the heady. But MIB right now going in for that kill against Gonzi, a little bit too fast for DG right now on the movement, and that might be the factor that Ace can pull to get those kills. Jeskai right now missing those shots. MIB, the guy who can bring this game. But unfortunately, Fran takes him out.
Well, Ace got that good read, but now they are slowly falling down one by one. Zen holding this good angle, spamming, not really converting that kill, but now he spots the player on the basketball court. They're about to break some ankles. Number 2 on the flank. On the basketball court we go. Fran with the cleanup. Gets that 8 kill for the day, and well, Dunya Games, they really know how to play this match. Notice how they are controlling the mid-map most of the time and applying pressure against Ace Esports. And once they get that conversion, it was always converted to wins. And you really see the details that Dunya Games never failed to actually fill down inside the matchup as we go to round number 7. A chance for Dunya Games to take and, of course, get that match point, but it's not really that over yet. Ace is still in the game, but they gotta stand in this matchup. 4 players about to swarm this Ace side. Dunya Games slowing it down, but once the push comes through, that would be all clean. Zen on the back. They clearly take the covers, and they know when to attack. The final player will be pick up for Ace, and now has to deal with 4 players. He gets 1 already. Good timing onto that. 45 seconds just left as the bomb is down. And now as he continues to get the gunfights, number 5 in blue and Z's, he could get this blow, and there it goes to Pistol to end the round. Dunya Games, what the smart take there, moving into that A-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, we've also mentioned earlier, if I'm not mistaken, Dunya Games is one of the team who knows this map very well, knows the hiding spot on where they can go for the backstab, was the approach of even the defender can be taken, and that is what they're doing right now, getting those off angles position that will not be seen earlier on. As you can see, backstab opportunity from Zen, but missed those shots. AZ for the kill, but Jeskai right now for that push. Trade will be happening, 4v4 situation, and quickly being turned to a 2v3 by Pika. Pika taken down in there, but it's a good thing as and Yelpo will be helping out. 62 looking good for the team of A's, and hopefully they can beat the record of NGU from the Search and Destroy earlier on.
Yeah, win through elimination there for Ace Esports. Love that take. They just gotta play that same exact thing for this next coming rounds until they force that overtime. For now, for Dunya Games, they are kind of pushing this one very, very aggressive. Look at the way that they take this. They put 3 players inside the basketball court, but that would be soon be demoralized in here by Ace as they get a good read. Now they're slowly putting reinforcements, but notice how Dunya Games is not really that pushing that yet. They are waiting for the players for that backup, but still, they won't be able to win the gunfights just yet. But Gonzi on that middle of the map proves to be a huge factor for this team. Well, although Dunya Games is down by 3 players, they still got Gonzi who can just play and eradicate a lot of players, but needs to check the corners in here. Gonzi spots the player on the right end! What? The anticipation is 100%.
Yeah, I mean, Dunya Games knows this map like the back of their hands, and they understand where someone can hide, and that is what Gonze is doing right now. But left to Gary. Gary is one of this guy that doesn't have that much in terms of frags, only 3 to the same, and here comes the push and the sight already, but making that mistake of going for the chase, the bait, and actually that's no switch involved in there, just the bait, and baited out 7-2. And that is a score similar to what we've seen earlier from this team of NGU, but still, Dunya Games, a team that has a great respect whoever the enemies are, not letting any point go that easily. At some point, they might be slowing down, but not so much putting away the tactics that they have.
This is just business for Dunya Games. And well, although they are so great at defending rounds, you know, they are equally better on that attacking side as well. Notice when they were attacking this Ace side, most of the time, they don't really put in a lot of tactical utilities. Yes, the turbo systems were down in there, but not really kind of visible because the boys of Ace is actually able to put them to the ground and silence them and stun them with those tactical utilities. But still, Dunya Games, they cover the front side, they cover the flank. And that's the best way for you to actually take the attack at that raid bomb A. And Gonzi will be stealing the MVP against France, so that's that. Dunya Games finally able to win this 2-0 now. One more, it's going to be 3-0. It's going to be more changes in that standings. Neptune. The more this team wins, actually, the more the standings change.
And actually, Alec, because the MVP slot might be taken by Gonzi right here against Fran, I won't be surprised that Fran will be popping off later on, like annihilating the team in control. But here we have it. Gonzi right now, 12 kills, 49-2 into the points. This guy, not only can he clutch a game, he knows how to counter all of those hidden spots that even if the surprise is on him, he will not be taken down that easily. But Dunya Games right now is in here taking win after win. Hopefully they're not putting out a lot of strats that they have, because this is not over when the group stages is over. We still have the playoffs, and if this is all of the gameplay that they are pulling out, even against those not the greatest team, then they might be read off easily once they jump into the playoffs, Cali.
Yeah, for sure, this team got a lot of tricks in their bags. I mean, this is just Firing Range and Raid, two of the most played maps, and of course, competitive assists. But this guys actually, once you get the slumps actually not opened up, not banned, they might be able to use it against you, and it's one of their best map, honestly. It always gets open in Garena Major Series 6 at Indonesia. And well, we're loading up to the final round, and it's been so fast. Dunya Games, clinical rounds after clinical rounds. Let's see how they take this one. The last time we did see them play in this summit control, it was actually Gonzi who took over, taking much of the control at the second floor. And now we begin Ace versus DG, map number 3.
And good rotations right now will be done, going in for Alpha first as the tactic of defense by Ace. And they were able to take advantage of the kills already, but quickly traded off by Fran. Pika right now, as well as MIB. Fran is this guy that you don't want in front of you, because you will be taken out in their third possibility for Fran, but Fran backs away, getting more HP as he regenerates, and still not down just yet. 5 kills already in this game before being taken down, and it is now down to 22-25 in favor of DG and comes to lives.
And well, Dunya Games now slowly taking over the map control. They are extending out, where it's trying to initiate that spawn shop, where in return they won't really be able to be successful enough. But take a look at the progress that they have in that objective gameplay. They have already taken control of the Ace and only wasting 7 lives, and Jet Sky being that player that cutting the cross that gets him 4 kills now. And this pawn shop should be enabled in here as they go and push around the map. Jet Sky finally gets shot down by MIB with that switchblade. So that's that. 14-20 right now inside the matchup. And well, for now, Dunya Games keeps controlling the spawns here. Right now, the map control is just on point. And Fran continues to be that game changer right now for this team. He's been in a role ever since the start of this match. Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to let go of that MVP spot. Gonzi has taken that already on that search and destroy. This time he's here to take it back. And we'll have to find out who else might be getting a lot of frags right now. But rotation-wise, I mean, capture has been done already on Alpha, and Dunya Games is attempting to go in for 2 of the win factors, either a double capture or the lives winning. But as we can see, it is working for both for Dunya Games. 2 lives remaining for Ace Esports, 1 life left, and the final kill will be done by ZZX with that punching gloves. And there is no remorse for DG right now. At 1 point in control with all the game plays all to the point.
A dominant win there on the defensive side for Dunya Games, and that will continue to be deadly as we move into the second round, where obviously the score streaks and the operators are going to be oftenly used. They're going to play from Dunya Games. They're going to stack the second floor, and although they will stack that, it's actually Ace that came up on top, winning more of the gunfight. So that's going to be a great start for them. While Zen is trying to play with this type in here continuously, and he spots Pika on that corner, not really able to find any kill on that, but they are able to attack, which matters the most in here. Get that ingress inside the hill, and now for Jet Sky, going to be that Bane once again. Intercepting the spawns are going to be important in here if you're going to be on the attacking sides. And Dunya Games so far, after that lost their gameplay they had on the early round of the second round, they will finally be able to get that bounce back that they need. But it's not really enough in Ace Esports slowly winning their gunfights. This is going to be a great one for them.
Yeah, well, apart from MIV, Pika is one of the guy that can also put out a gunfight. We've seen that previously from the previous competition that they jumped in. But so far, pulling out that grab vortex, I think helped the team. But with the rotation being done by Ace Esports, slowly they are taken down life after life as it is balanced right now. Yelpo in there is such a waste on the Purifier, only getting 1 kill. But Switchblade gameplay, I mean, though we are working on the previous season's patch, this is MIB just playing it to this game right now using that Switchblade. Zen going in for the kill. The dance is on, and Gary for that double.
It's still a pretty close game in here, and now Dunya Games is actually having some trouble getting some capture with the defense Ace has been able to initiate. None of the players actually have a good foothold inside a hill, and while it continues to be that way, Dunya Games still not really able to get that mid-map control. Well, they're slowly getting there, but Ace Esports is slowly creating the attack that they would want to execute here at this A control point. Now they are 2 ticks in, making that a little bit of centimeter here to get that A, which is going to be very beneficial to extend that time and have more time to play with, and of course defeat Dunya Games. They are on a roll. They are in position to win this round. They just gotta convert a little bit more, and AZ unfortunately will not be able to take one. And well, Dunya Games currently stuck in the spawns. Ace Esports taking full control of the second floor. We got a 1v5 situation here, and Ace Esports will have more opportunity to play for the trades, but take a look at how Dunya Games tried to take this. They sent out Zen in the mid-map, and AZ is there for the cleanup. Ace Esports, they take the second round.
1 win being taken back by Ace Esports, balancing it on 1-1. 2 more to get a win for this map. But I think with that loss, Dunya Games will be a little bit fired up and heated up. And I won't surprise if Fran will be moving in a little bit too aggressive. And that is one thing that Ace will be taking advantage as they are now on the defending side. The aggressiveness of Dunya Games might be one of the downfall that they have right now. MIB Purifier in hand, Gary on the other side going for the kill against Zen. And Fran right now, as I mentioned, so aggressive, starting losing life 3 on the deficit.
It is so unlikely for Dunya Games to lose their gunfights. In fact, they've been so good at dominating this mid-map action, and now they are somehow falling behind and lagging in the attacks. The rhythm is not there at the moment, and Ace Esports doing a great job just messing up that rhythm and the momentum that Dunya Games has built it up on that round number 1. Well, as far as we've seen, Fran has been doing such a great job for this team for setting up the kills. We haven't yet seen the team actually find a way. Well, speaking of the devil, they have already found their way in that A control point, and they set out Zen to actually push out and delay the players attacking in the A control point. So that's going to be one huge win that they will have, as they are already 2 ticks in at the A and also at this B control point. So divide and conquer right now, and Ace is on a fallout. They can't seem to find the attacks to happen right in front of their face, but finally with Ace's Purifier, they're able to stop the push for now. That should stop the bleeding, but Fran continues to be the guy that will continue to annoy Ace Esports. ZZX on the control of the spawns, doing a great job so far. 5 in a row, and they win through capture. Ace Esports get flat out dominated.
And when Dunya Games get a loss, this is how they respond. Like, go in for all the winning conditions, and double capture will be one, lives will be the other. Whichever comes first will be win for them. But this time, as a defender, they need to be a little bit smarter, because earlier they have been played by Ace Esports right now. And here comes as there's a chance for a backstab, but he has been read as well. Yelpo, on the other hand, going in for the 2F right now. Blinding, but still taken down in there. But Gonzi is the one who gets that frag. Now, a little bit slow pace right now from Dunya Games. They have started this trap with 3 members and good anchor in there. Using that, like, pulling out the Goliath that far, it's very, very like slow gameplay, but at least they have the spawn trap triggered already. Not quite sure how much damage the Goliath will be doing from that far from the map.
Yeah, Dunya Games is getting freaky in here. Fran is just on a roll. 29, make that 30. And again, Nexus 1 Goliath on top of the Nexus 1 Goliath. Oh, it crushes it! Like WWE WrestleMania.
Okay.
Well, Ace Esports, they're currently not having it at all. Dunya Games continues to rack all of them kills, and they're guaranteed to get more than that. And Zen, with that Access 1, slowly making the move around the mid-map control action, going to favor Dunya Games. One more for the win, and they'll be able to execute Ace Esports through a sweep into the series. 3-0 in a 3-1 victory in this map.
I guess it was answered. The question as to why you pull out the Goliath that far, it's to play that trick. I mean, having that fallout of that Goliath case against one that they're already using. I mean, that is good gameplay. That is good show right now. I didn't see that possible. But, well, that is Dunya Games for you. This time, they played a little bit of fun, or put in a little bit of fun and humor into this game because they know that they have it in the bag. And Ace Esports against Dunya Games, it's really one-sided, but I'm looking forward to Ace Esports moving on to the next competition, a different story, a different team that can battle it on against the teams, Titans, like Dunya Games.
Well, nice try, by the way, for AFC Sports. At least they were able to control the defensive side for one game. And, they were able to display their truest potential if they had been able to prepare. But then again, it's not really enough against Dunya Games, who are just locked and loaded in the matchup. You see, they're more comfortable when they're on the attacking side. And that we did see from them with the way they were able to win through a capture. The map control from this team, especially on Summit, is going to be immense. So if you are on the playoffs right now and you would want to play against this team, better not get this attack to come true on Summit control, because this team will even put a Goliath on top of a Goliath just to get this win. Fran with that MVP, 35 kills, 4,260. This guy, replacing Lord Van. He is also a great addition in here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I guess even if he gets 2 of the MVP, still upset against Gonzi, because it could have been a 6 back-to-back MVP for Fran right here. But there's no complaining. They got the win. Fran got the MVP. But as we saw earlier, I mean, when we check out the checklist of AJ that has been put out by or on to NGU, I guess 2 of those checklists has been ticked by Ace Esports. So far, 3-0, 250, 45 on the scores on Hardpoint, 7-2 on Search and Destroy, and 3-1 on Control. Dominating game, dominating lead by Dunya Games, but this just shows us that this Indonesian team is a monster that we haven't seen before.
Although they did lose against Smart Omega, this team just went in, go ham, and steamroll the competition in their last 4 games. 4 in a row. That's going to be a very great start for this team and a very great ending at this group stage. And not only that, they will obviously have a good position on that standings for Group B to be able to play in that playoffs, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, playoffs is where we really find out if these teams have been hiding strats and they need to show up, because top 2, that is what their aim is onto the playoffs. The top 2 will be moving into the bigger stage, and so far, we are seeing some of the teams already showing off midway through the matches or on the group stages that they jumped into. But so far, that ends it. Ace against Dunya Games. We are going to jump in on the game of NGU Esports against Smart Omega. That will be happening later. Callie and I will be taking a break. When we come back, we'll see that match, the final match for this day.
Welcome back to the Garena Regional Qualifiers, the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022, and it's down to the final match before we make our way to the 3-day back-to-back playoffs that we have at the Garena Regionals. Now, for the final series of the day, we have got the champions of the Philippines, the one and only Smart Omega, going up against the chairman of the 50-point club, NGU. But I believe they are about to resign from their position against Smart Omega. I believe this is where NGU is going to step up. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with the one and only Cali Gaming, and we'll be the voices behind the final series of the day.
And, this is still a very important round for Smart Omega, but they can still, play this one conclusively. But it matters a lot for you to have the standings in your favor, especially the top seed. You're able to play against the top 3 of either your group or your opponent's group or the group A. But then again, for NGU Esports, they gotta make sure they show out before they end their group stage here, AJ.
They most definitely do. And, they managed to take, I believe, just 1 out of 3 objectives set for them, and I'm gonna set up the exact same objectives for NGU in this matchup against Smart Omega, and I hope they get 3 out of 3 this time round. I feel like, Smart Omega is definitely a team that NGU can shut down if NGU truly wanted to wake up, but they haven't decided to wake up just yet. JZ, Edra, Rage, Risky, Candy, as well as Whoopi. They step up to represent the Philippines. They step up to represent Smart. They are Smart Omega.
This team is heavily good in S&D. That's their baby. But, they struggle against M420 or WPM LOWKINGS earlier, having to force an overtime, making sure that they wanted to come back. But it was kind of a lackluster for them. And, well, for Smart Omega, as much as Dunya Games needed their 3-0 earlier, they also need a 3-0 in here to maintain the top 1 spot, if I am not mistaken. And you see them actually having some fun in that game, having some fun in their lobby right now before they move in that game, AJ.
And, I no doubt we know exactly why they're having fun. They're confident, right? They're confident that they can take this dub against NGU. And I want NGU to use that confidence, perhaps even tease that overconfidence out of Smart Omega and take this match. In fact, maybe even take the series away. Who knows? Miracles might just be a thing. Unicorns are a thing after all. Ray, Black, Lenji, Lily, Lago, as well as Cloud, they represent NGU. And I absolutely love the stellar plays out of Lily. But Leng Ji, he is the boy that steps up for the team occasionally. We just need to see a little bit more consistency out of him.
Yeah, obviously, Leng Ji with that sniper going to be a very useful take for NG Esports in that S&D. But, at that response is where mostly they struggled. Well, they obviously had their strategy lined up. But the matter of fact in here is they struggled to win the gunfight, which is totally going to be giving them a very hard time inside this matchup. And while as we are about to look into the game, let's take a look at our maps and modes in here. And NGU Esports, here's the thing. They always win the coin flips. And I think for the 6th time that they enter a game, or maybe not really 6th time, maybe the 4th time, because they did have they did have 2 matches where they weren't really able to play. Well, they bring us in here to stand off hardpoint at Summit Control later on, and we're going to have Omega play them at Raid Search and Destroy earlier. Search and Destroy later on at map number 2. Oh my god.
This is like, the meanest thing that, Lady Luck can do for NGU. Allow them to decide exactly where they want to get annihilated time and time again isn't going to be very good for your mental health. But once again, let's hope and pray that they can get this going their way, because this is the very first standoff hardpoint we are going to see the players of NGU fight at. And I believe this might just be the place where they 100% resign from the 50-point club. And they are not going to, I mean, obviously the community will be quite disappointed because they just got a new chairman and the chairman is deciding to quit a little bit too early. But let's see exactly what Smart Omega has to say about that. Whoopi, obviously opening up the first hill, very daring, rushes into it alongside his brother, the one and only Rage. But Rage gets shut down. Whoopi's still alive to sustain and takes Lily out of the equation, so Smart Omega can continue holding on to this hill. Now the backstab coming through from the hotel side by Leng Ji. That gets quickly sorted out by Whoopi as well. 2 kills in here so far. Lago can be the one who steps up, but Whoopi says, hell no, sit down first and go back and play your Lego. Lago gets shut down as well.
Omega is just really able to predict where the players might enter from, and the anticipation is on 100% for this team right now. They are crushing in the gunfights. It's them back and forth right now on the kill feed, and Idris going to make matters worse. 4 kills right now. Horse Free building that score streak, and Rage gonna be the shotgun for this team once again, but finally will be able to get shut down. NGU, they step inside the scrap time, but Smart Omega, they're chaining that P1 to P2, and Whoopi continues to slay, and Idra still continues to dominate in terms of the gunfight. 6-48 as we move into this P2.
Yeah, Whoopi, super cheeky, manages to break the hill, doesn't even bother picking up those points, quickly rotates around to see if or not he's going to get backstabbed. Now, one opportunity comes through from the one and only Lago, but he gets shut down instantaneously. None of these players from the side of NGU have been really able to sustain their lives on the hill for a little bit too long. Just 6 points so far. Smart Omega slowly running away with this matchup, and there's just no way we are gonna have NGU stick to that 50 point this time around as well. Will we? NGU still struggles at hardpoint.
Yeah, it's just because of how Omega has been able to get that map control lockdown, especially on that gas station where they mostly get the anchor position. They are putting NG to spawn in only one angle, and that's right through the bakeries. Whoopies continues to be the player that continues to step inside a point. Rage gets that huge 2 kills with that car bomb. 6-90. 10 seconds is left, and you already know NGU, they got the strategy locked down. They're moving in for that early rotation, but they need to win their gunfights, wherein they unfortunately can't. Candy on the hunt wins the 1v1 battle for rotation, so that should spawn a team on the right side with that huge confirmed kill right across Black in the matchup. 6-101 right now. The hardpoint opens up right in time for Omega to score the time.
This was definitely Jericho's doing. Jericho was just challenging them for sure. Like, how many kills can you get, and how much can you suppress the superpowers of NGU? 6 points is all NGU has managed to break away. Oh no, man. I mean, if they become the 10-point club member, no wonder they're going to quit the 50-point club, right? They've got a new step up now. But no, let's hope that does not happen. Smart Omega just truly dominating this matchup, and they heard us loud and clear. They're like, oh, Dunia Games respecting them. Let's respect them as well. Stop respecting them, Smart Omega. It looks like NGU's not going to have any chances here whatsoever. The rotations are on point as usual, early as they travel right round through, trying to get in there a little bit earlier than their opponents. But where they continuously fail is all of the engagements and gunfights. Yes, although they do manage to get a slay here and there, they instantaneously get traded out, and that's about it. Game over right there and then itself for that hill, and then they try to move on for the next one. I don't blame them for running away from those hills because of what sort of a annihilating gameplay Smart Omega is bringing out there on the battlefield. But we need to see more quality.
And there it goes. They break the 10-point club, so there's progress being made right now from NGU, but they still gotta get inside the point. Right now, they're gonna be having 3 players in there, so they could play for the trades and play for that bait and switch, but they won't be able to sustain inside the hill because Rage and Candy will be there to take them down. While Lago is trying to create the opportunity here to enter inside. They don't seem to find multi-angle push to be happening in here as we continue to see Omega lock things down in both areas. Well, NGU, it's going to be tough taking here from here on out. Look at this, Smart Omega, 182 points compared to 18 for NGU in your AJ.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that, but I still want to see more effort from NGU. I want to see them win out some solid gunfights out there on the battlefield. But as you can see, many of them have already activated their operators, but they are waiting on ceremony, perhaps Christmas, to bring it into play. Now, 5 players, everyone can bring in those operators, annihilate Smart Omega, and finally break through that 50-point barrier that they've not been able to break through so far. One guy goes in for the operator. Is that a war machine?
I think so. I think that's a war machine actually used in here. And while Omega continues to run this team down, and you know NG was about to break their personal best in here, AJ. Not really in the 50-point club margin, but their least points allowed, least points that's actually allocated inside a match, and it's not really painful. It's not really good in here, but Lily finds a huge 2 kills, and now they're trying to fight for this stack. A multi-angle push here. Lago will try to create the play, but they still get shot down. Lenji with the huge attack. Now they gotta enter inside the point. Now with Lenji actually trying to play, he will not really be able to get it as well. Final 20 points, and Smart Omega will take this game.
Oh my lord. Operators, NGU. Operators. Use the operators. They are so close to being able to dominate Smart Omega. As long as everybody just goes in for the investment of their operator, they can break through that 50-point barrier. But it looks like NGU just doesn't want to. And a triple XS1 Goliath. They are having an XS1 Goliath party in here. Whereas NGU refuses to use their operators. And Smart Omega runs away with this match. The chairman of the 50-point club reigns supreme in the 50-point club alone.
So that's going to there it goes. There's equal blows happening around between Coach Jericho and Device in here on screen, but well, it was a well-deserved win for Smart Omega, and well, they were really it was just business out there, you know, AJ. They were continuously putting the chain of hard points in their favor, and they were really successful at winning the gunfights as well. And for NGU, they could have tried at least a little bit more, maybe play a little bit more inside that hard point. You did see most of the times they were able to get the kills inside the hill, but they were not really stepping inside.
Yeah, I mean, Smart Omega almost lost that match, man. I mean, NGU really stepped up this time around. They were doing so much of damage out there on the battlefield. Lily was a monster. I mean, 240 kills out there on the battlefield, and the Smart Omega just could not hang with them, you know, no matter what. But, you know, towards that final moment, Smart Omega finally managed to pull out some trump card in the 3XS1 Goliaths and won the match. We are going to stick with that story, okay, Callie?
And well, we're gonna have to do so. And looking at the highlights in here right now, Smart Omega, well, they've been so good at this game. But, you know, for NGU moving into that next game, it's going to be Search and Destroy, and it's going to be the raid, you know. So there's going to be a familiarity for this team to actually play in that second map. And, well, there's a triple Goliath in this replay, and Rage, aka the playmaker for this game, gonna have 23 kills with 3,614 points. Well, AJ, I wasn't really paying attention to what you said earlier, but can you repeat it for me once again?
I am just saying that, you know, NGU went easy on Smart Omega. That's all I'm saying. I mean, if they wanted to, they can annihilate these beasts of Philippines.
Absolutely.
But they're just choosing not to, you know? They choose peace. They do not choose war. That is what NGU stands for. Make love, not war. All throughout the galaxy, they just want to spread love and peace, and they just do not want to fight. And, you know, they stepped into Call of Duty Mobile. They tried to go the route of peace, but, you know, Smart Omega took it the wrong way. Smart Omega just, you know, they just treated this as a killing field, but they got so close, though, so close to getting defeated. Let's see if or not NGU will be able to go all the way through this time around at this SND. I'm pretty much predicting that Lily's going to annihilate, Lenji's going to step up. You know, we just need Ray to hit some of those snipes. And I'm just looking forward to Lily versus Whoopi. And I'm hoping and praying Whoopi does not pick up that sniper. I'm hoping to see Whoopi like the previous matchup where he got 3 frags throughout the whole game. Maybe that Whoopi.
Well, Whoopi for sure wouldn't do that exact same thing because, you know, performance is going to affect his portfolio. And, well, it's going to be important that he gets it going in that playoffs. But, hey, you know, looks like Omega starting to play this one a little slow. NGU on the defensively oriented at his B bomb side. And, well, that continues to be that way. Whoopi is going to be searching forward, trying to play a game called Oversight all the way to the swimming pool. And still no frags being made in here. NGU loving that discipline right now, you know. They're definitely holding back. They don't want to defeat Omega just yet.
Let's see. Slow plays. Oh, he misses the shot.
2 in a row.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, don't stand back up. He misses 3 in a row. Thank goodness. Do not stand up. What are you doing challenging Whoopi out in the open? But thank God. Oh, do not take that wall back. Lang G! He did so well up to that point. Risky then pops off. Lily taken down and out of the equation. Black and Ray, final 2 survivors, ready to annihilate Smart Omega. But can they circle around? Raid says no. Final survivor in black. Just with the boxing gloves alone, man. He should be able to dominate 1v5, no problem. But accidentally missed that shot, and Whoopi managed to slay him. NGU, 0-1, Smart Omega got lucky in that round.
Yeah, they got lucky there. You know, Lang G just suddenly had a bad timing and Whoopi just got that kill. NGU They will still hold back on that round number 1, and you clearly respect the way Omega just played that. But, well, look at this. A very kind of aggressive take in here by Omega, and now Leng starting to bring off that right like AMR. That's not going to be attack scope, the default scope on this shake, and Kendi gets the opening. Gray gets shot down. We need to step up right now. That's going to be number 4 in blue on the mid-map, but Black loses the gunfight as well. Omega on the hunt, Lago on the flank, and Inter gets the final blow. Lily, the last player alive, the 1v5.
Come on, Lily.
What's it gonna be?
Come on, Lily.
Come on, Lily.
Lily. I tell you, Rage, the next time I go down to the Philippines, I'm going to get that guy and I'm going to choke him for winning out that final engagement. I was waiting for Lily to pop off 1v5 time. Let's go, right? NGU, it's okay. This is still warm-up round. Warm-up in SND. NGU's getting there. This is going to be the round. Round 3, fight. Whoopi, quick scope, misses. That's the opportunity. Lago! Gets traded out by Kendi. I tell you, Smart Omega really getting the job done. But Leg G steps up for the team yet again. This is NGU's round. I can feel it in my bones, in my little pinky toe. No! And Kendi gets the 3rd kill in this round. The guy is a monster, but he got lucky all 3 kills, all right? And now Lily tries to trade one back. Kendi says no. Kendi's about to get the ace, but gets slain by Ray. Ray steps up for the team, but Whoopi just with a pistol shuts it down. NGU, I'm about to cry. Smart Omega. How many times can they continue to get lucky?
That's 3 times now, AJ, and I'm not so sure why are they so lucky against NGU
Yeah,
esports
man.
with the way they play, you know? Lily is not stepping up yet, and maybe that could be a reason why. Well,
Yes.
Lago's about to push here, and NGU, this is going to be this might just be the round where they take over Omega and dominate. Lago on the flank, he finds the first player, pushing around the art room. This is going to be important. Once Bowie pops out, that could be a kill. Lago now on the push, but Whoopi still pops off. Raise the final player. Kenny clutching here, AJ.
Whoopi just stands there like a welcoming committee with his quick scope. Ray, on the other hand, Peacekeeper, 1v4. Too easy for Ray. He gets rage, but he didn't see Kendi. Kendi is so annoying in this game, man. Why is he getting so many kills? 4-0 now. Smart Omega making that lucky run all the way through. They might just be able to make this 7-0 if NGU lets them.
This is just for beginner's luck here for Smart Omega, man. NGU, they got to show no mercy against Omega in this matchup. And, well, Whoopi will miss the first shot. I mean, Lily's still very much alive.
No, Callie, you gotta call that right, man. He saw Whoopi and he jumped and he let the shots just fly right between his legs. That's skill right there. Lago and Ray takes the fight up to the one and only Smart Omega, but Black just tagging up Whoopi inside of the Tiki. 3v2 somehow. 4v2 somehow. NGU finds themselves in a pickle now. Whoopi, great engagement, but he pulled out his pistol and Lily manages to get that win. It's just one final player. If he gets all 4 kills, I will cry. Rage gets the first one. Leng Ji gets taken down. This is Rage now, circling around from the open stairs at Garden. He backs away. He's the little scared, and he deserves to be scared. No, he takes Lago as well. Rage, stop it, bro. He turns around. This is the opportunity. Do not shoot Lily, Rage. I will kill you. And Black shuts him down. NGU pulls the round away from the Filipino champions. That's what I'm talking about. They finally stopped giving them a chance, and they finally got serious.
Oh, well, this is what Omega doesn't really want here. NGU getting up and going. Now that they have won the first round, they might be able to get more. No, they might not just be. They will continue to get more, but Whoopi, once again, will be able to convert with those 2 kills, AJ.
I mean, Whoopi, as usual, stepping up for the team. On a serious note, obviously, we know Smart Omega is going to be able to dominate NGU. But NGU, we just need to see signs of life. And every single time they show a little bit of signs of life, Smart Omega just takes it up to the next level. But NGU, I know they can do this. Lily has stepped up for the team so many times already. They just feel this immense pressure on them. It's the final match, man. It's the final series before all of the rest of the teams leave NGU and make it through to the playoffs. If there's a time to shine, now is the time. SND is the best place. NGU, on a serious note, really needs to step it up. Played a little bit slow, but they just seem to be rushing into Smart Omega.
Well, no, that's not really going to completely help here. Risky and Kenny dropping down the final 2 players. Again, all down to Lago and Lily, the L and L connection. But Lily gets shot down in here. And Smart Omega, they will continue to go and hunt the final player. A potential ace in this round. Lago needs to stay alive, and he's about to clutch this game badly. He's bought the first player in the mid-map.
Yeah.
He gets it, but Risky comes in with the trade.
See, that's the kind of engagement that, NGU shouldn't really be getting into. He spots two players out there on the battlefield. Both players had their backs turned on him. And the execution of that engagement truly was very weak. You don't see the movements being popped out by the players of NGU as well. He could have just slide, away, saved himself, but he just stands out in the open going in for that engagement. Smart Omega will punish you. 6-1 now. Match point. Lago steps out. Leng G gets traded out. NGU has an opportunity to extend this round a little bit further, extend this game a little bit further. Lily finally needs to wake up. 0 frags in this matchup. Doesn't seem like the girl at all.
Yeah, that's the reason why this team is struggling, They could have got this Q in against Omega, but still, she's very much alive, but could get the kill, but Candy drops the final kill. Lago stays alive. He gets 1. Needs to drop 3 more players in here. The bomb needs to get picked up as well. Candy in that art room. Lago wrapping around the back, taking the long-sided flank, but Candy gets the final delivery. And Smart Omega, luckily, they take this away from NGU.
I mean, I'm glad NGU at least took that 1 round away, but Candy was a literal beast in this matchup, right? The guy was just slaying over and over and over again, and he barely allowed Lily to show her true prowess. I think many a times in those engagements, it was Candy that put an end to Lily before she could even pop off. And I think the guy just had an eye out for her. He knew that she would be a problem, and he knew that if he allowed Lily to just streak up a little bit with some of those kills, the team will get the spirit enough to shut down even Smart Omega. Now, I still think this team has got a good chance at control as long as they played slowly. You saw lots of signs of weaknesses, especially with the mistakes that NGU was making against Smart Omega. The engagement part is going to be the problem here. And we've seen those fast engagements at hardpoint. NGU doesn't stand a chance and therefore played slow. I mean, where are you rushing? This is the final series.
They just need to learn how to slow it down,
Yeah.
And for NGU esports, they have to beat that 1 point lead, that 1 point that they could get and that control. But this was the play in here, for NGU esports, where they just continuously get outbeaten in the gunfight department. NGU Ray was definitely chaining in there. Same thing with Lago, But when they were able to get that trade, no one is really there for the backup and help this team get some attacks. So I think that's where they fell off, and they really had a rough time to begin with. And your MVP for this search and destroy, it's going to be Candy, stealing all those candies away from NGU esports, scoring 13 kills inside this matchup, 1,818 points accumulated total for this 8 rounds of action.
Yeah, his plays were just way too sweet, man. Sweet enough to give you diabetes. Candy was a monster out there on the battlefield. He really didn't care. Sims, no Sims. NGU, no NGU. He just wanted to get the MVP for himself. And, throughout this whole matchup, he was just extremely annoying. But I still will not forgive Rage because he could have just walked away from that battle, but no, he just had to take Lily down. I was really hoping to see her pop off 1v5. That's exactly where we would have been able to see exactly what sort of strategy Lily could have brought into that matchup. But, just didn't check her corners. Hopefully that's not the case over at Summit Control. And Control's just, as long as you play the defense right, okay, that's mainly on the other maps, because Summit is just really annoying when you get into Control, because 2 control points just so close to each other. And when you are going up against a team like Smart Omega, all they need to do is just hold on to the mid part of that map. So rotating around to that B control point whilst you are on that second floor of control room is just going to be so easy. And you also get to spot that A control point. So, it's a GGWP if NGU cannot take over that second floor.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you on that. Despite the control game when actually being called a defensive-oriented map, actually this map right here, in this Summit map, it's actually an exception. You have these 2 control points at that mid map. As much as you want to say it that way, it's going to be easy for you to initiate this spawn trap as long as you get that second floor. So for NGU and Smart Omega, they just gotta fight through that. And if you're NGU, you gotta come in here prepared. Play for those trades if you're not being able to win those individual gunfights. And now as we start, NGU is going to be the attacking team here as we start. And looks like Smart Omega will be able to get the top 4 control early off the get-go, as they will be able to get the first blood in the second as well. Beautiful attacks rain down upon by Smart Omega right now. And you see Whoopi already attacking the spawns. And this is just how confident and comfortable Whoopi is inside his control game mode, AJ.
All I want to say is the YouTube chat is just really being cheeky. They're calling me a simp, whereas they are the ones simping. I'm just
I know,
shoutcasting, man. I know, right? These guys. These
Come on,
guys.
guys.
Yeah,
You guys know
exactly, man.
better.
Yeah, exactly. Stop simping. NG, they have a chance, man. It's just that engagement-wise, it's just a little bit tough. Leng G, oh my goodness, Rage, just all alone, spawn trapping these players, finally gets annihilated black. But you know, look at them, man. They're just playing so far away from the control points. Smart Omega just told NGU, how about we all just chill here? But they forgot NGU's on the attack. NGU cannot chill there. They need to get away. Smart Omega's just being mean.
Yeah, they are just probably making things worse for NGU Esports. And, well, it's not going to be that easy for NGU because Omega's just slapping them chicks badly. 22-13 inside his matchup. And you know, Kendi, he wants to chill more inside his spot where he's going to get prime action to get all of the skills. 20 seconds left here for NGU. And they got to make the move in. But they aren't really able to get that. Just by so far, Omega's just basically playing around the map. Well, finally, we've seen them break through the spawns. But that's not going to completely done it just yet because Omega's going to initiate the flanks, and once again, Kendi on the same spot to get more prime kills in here. He gets one, he gets the spray transfer, but the clock runs out, and Omega takes round number 1.
You saw Kendi being cheeky. The clock's trying to run out. The clock's trying to stop the game, and he still wants to look for kills. He's just extremely tough to deal with out there on the battlefield. But I have never wanted Smart Omega to eat an L bigger than this moment before, man. I mean, I desperately want NGU to win, and I think they are going to pull it off. Miracles are possible. Unicorns do exist, and NGU is going to win.
Oh, well, come on, NGU. You got this. Now they are on the defensive side, but Smart Omega still continues to play on the aggressive. Whoopi now going to line up the shot, open things up for the team, and now the operators are going to be the problematic part inside his matchup. Idra now breaks in that KRM. Just look at how far Omega is way behind enemy lines. The conversions are just currently going to be very efficient. Whoopi gonna get his 11 kills already inside his matchup, and Idra now going to hunt around the back. He's gonna get all the hit marks that he gets, and Whoopi finally drops the bomb. NGU down to their final 13 life count, and man, NGU continues to struggle.
Yeah, NGU almost punished Smart Omega there, and now all of a sudden Smart Omega wants to play the objective. Keep going there. Keep trying to spawn trap them. Let's see what NGU can do. 11-21, 10 life deficit for NGU. But because Smart Omega got a little cheeky there, NGU almost turned things around. But there is still a vast difference in terms of mechanical capability. NGU still struggles no matter what sort of a benefit they get in this matchup, no matter what sort of leeway they get in terms of engagement, they still get slain out. Now, that's just a little bit unfortunate. 16-6, still a 10 life deficit for the side of NGU, and the boys of Smart Omega not bothering about those control points at all. And this is the benefit that NGU has. Lock down those angles, but now with 5 more lives left, I think it's a little bit too late for that strategy.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. This should be a round with now for Omega with the way they've been able to attack right through spawns. They are that confident, especially up against NGU. Final 2 life counts in here, and this should be a win in the hands of Smart Omega. This should be now on their bags as Risky and Whoopi gets the final 2 blows. 2-0 for Smart Omega. For NGU, you know, this is going to be the match point. You gotta win and escape through spawns. That's where they continuously have that continuously themed, you know. They keep having a rough time and trying to break away. And that's the reason why they keep falling behind on that life count advantage. Right now, a good play for trade is going to be very beneficial, but Smart Omega continues to rack it off and apply pressure in all angles with Kendi already wrapping around the enemy base once again. They are just attacking relentlessly. They waste no time. And this, every kill that goes in for Smart Omega, they bring back NGU on this right side of that minimap. So that's going to be more trouble at the spawns for NGU. And right now, they got to get their acts together, AJ.
Yeah, spawn trap here, executed perfectly by Smart Omega. They are underestimating NGU. I still believe in the supremacy of NGU. Smart Omega's gonna go down. 10 life deficit doesn't really matter, but Idra and Rage makes that even worse. NGU trying their best to make a comeback, and Lily whips out the Annihilator, annihilating Rage. Finally, a little bit of revenge, but that's just one slay. Where is Lily? Where is that Annihilator? She hasn't caught out a single player from the side of Smart Omega. Whoopi drops black. Kendi gets annihilated this time around from Lago. go 2-0, but 10 life deficit still in here. Gonna be a problem for NGU to deal with. Idra as well as Ray. This engagement between Idra as well as Lily. Who's gonna be able to win it out? Lily gets the shot. Idra, go back home. Sit down, boy. 19-11. NGU still has it.
Well, that when Whoopi is in the spawn, so Lily continuously gets shot down. Well, this guy is on point with that pistol. Deadly with a one shot, one kill on the spawn trap on the barrel's gonna get few more. 6 in a row now. This guy's on a man on a mission. The Brett's gonna get dropped in, and that's going to be one more elimination. One more win, one more kill, and this is going to be a map win by Smart Omega. Whoopi delivers that 30. And that's going to be 3-0 on the lead. And of course, on that scoreboard, Smart Omega gets it to go 3-0 on the series. And that's going to be GG's.
Yeah, I blame Jericho for this, because Smart Omega got so close to losing that matchup against NGU. And one might wonder, maybe it was, a clash of opinions between the two coaches of Smart Omega that led them to almost getting taken down, almost defeated. I mean, 3 back-to-back matches. I mean, who will be kidding? It was flat out. The players of NGU just could not. He literally fell, bro. When I said flat out, he literally fell. Yeah. NGU unfortunately fell flat on their faces, just like Jericho moments ago. And, there's just no coming back against that kind of firepower, man. There was a very clear mismatch in terms of engagement capability out there on the battlefield. And once again, the strategy, NGU knows how to play that. But mechanical capability against not just Smart Omega, against all of the other teams within this grouping has been such a challenge for NGU to deal with out there on the battlefield. And each and every single player, they tried their best, but to no avail. Hopefully, we do not see them, giving up at this stage. I want to see NGU drop back into competition after competition, working on those mechanical skills, because, things like this, you get better at it eventually over time. And as long as you can stick together as a team and continuously jump into the scrims and work on that mechanical capability, you will improve. And, there will come a time where you will dominate even the best. I mean, look at how far West Point Mamba LOWKINGS have brought themselves to be able to, even rip away matches from some of those big teams. I'm pretty sure we'll see NGU there, but unfortunately, now is just not the time. Whoopi this time around gets the MVP.
It's just a matter of preparation, of course, experience that you build up competing in the game. And, not only is there a difference between the mechanical capabilities in their AJ, we're looking about difference in that experience as well. You got Smart Omega has been continuously competing since 2020, so that's a 3-year experience that this team has. That into the factor that obviously NGU is actually a built-in team for Taiwan for that selection only, so they got little less preparation moving into this match, but they still do manage to be securing, but they still do manage to secure the second spot for their own region. So that means they are the best out there. They just need to add in a little bit more work and more scream to maybe prepare themselves to the next engagement in the next battle. But for now, on this group stage, as we conclude day 6, it's going to be Smart Omega ending up with a 4-1 map, 4-1 win-loss series. So they end up with a 3-0 in here as well. So for sure, they're going to be up there on the leaderboard. Might likely be in the top 1 or might be likely in the top 2.
No. I will forgive everybody in the YouTube chat for calling me Mustachio. I'll forgive everyone except that one person that said clip this and send it to Miss Mustachio. That one person, will go to hell.
Zeke, bro.
Zeke, you're going to hell for that one, Zeke, all right? Everybody else, I will forgive. Zeke, you alone. You are in my forever bad books. I've got a little notebook, okay? I've got a naughty list and a everybody that's nice list. Everybody else makes it to the nice list except you, Zeke.
Oh, well, come on, Zeke, you're better than that. I mean, Rich is already in the list already, and you want to add on to that? I mean, you're gonna get ramped up and killed, man.
Yeah, wait till I get down to the Philippines again, Zeke. GGWP for both Zeke as well as Rage. But, I really expected NGU to break away from that 50-point barrier. But this time around, they barely broke through the 20-point barrier against Smart Omega. And it was, a tad bit painful to watch that hardpoint matchup. A little bit signs of life of SND in SND, but, that didn't really amount up too much. And Control You guys just saw exactly what it was. Smart Omega wasn't even playing control. Smart Omega was playing, not even playing team deathmatch. Smart Omega was playing how often and how long can we hold on to a spawn trap.
Oh, well, so there it goes. It's going to be the conclusion of the group stage. Looking at the group stage standing here for Group A, it's going to be ABC Esports, Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate advancing to the playoffs. And here at Group B, you see how close it is in terms of that win-loss ratio. You know, Smart Omega, they win 4-1. Dunya Games 4-1. WDC FREESLOT 4-1. The only difference here is the map wins that this team had. And for Smart Omega, they claimed that #1 spot, with Dunya Games having that second spot and WDC FREESLOT on the third place. And well, anyway, it's going to be these three for Group B that will advance to that playoff. So now you have your final 6. It's going to get more even competitive and more actions going to be done in that playoffs, AJ.
Yeah, but shout out to Huntsman, Changewell, Lynx DH, WPM, LOWKINGS, Ace, and of course, NGU. You know, losing really isn't the end of the road. You know, true defeat is when you give up on your dreams. And hopefully none of these gentlemen as well as ladies give up on their dreams and they continue to strive for the best. You know, I hope to see them in more competitions, not just at the regional qualifier for stage 5 in the future, but also in some of the Garena invitationals. I'm very sure Garena's watching this and everybody understands that this battle between Garena is just so exciting to watch. We see some clear dominance and some of the other teams just lacking just a little bit, but we want to see sometime in the near future, not just the top 2 teams from each and every single one of these regions, but let's throw a whole shebang, man. Let's throw the top 4 of each region into an invitational and just see exactly how they do against each other. I'm very sure it will help every single Garena player bond with each other out there across borders, and we will be able to gather together as a community and enjoy some matches in a game that we truly, truly love. But the journey at the Garena regional qualifiers isn't over just yet. This is just the top 3 of each group making it through to the playoffs. Enough of fun and games. This is where the real serious matches start. This is exactly where you will start to see a little bit of tears out there on the battlefield. Not just tears of pain and sadness, but also tears of joy, because none of those matches are gonna be easy at all.
Yeah, from 12 teams, we're now cut down to the 6 teams. And one thing more than likely, you know, especially for Almighty, especially with Tears, you know, Almighty having this might just likely be his final God M World Championship 2020. This is his final God M World Championship run. So he's going to make the most out of this, especially in this playoffs. Well, you take a look at Smart Omega, who would likely want to claim their glory once again to represent Garena on that global stage. Now, what this team awaits in the playoffs is, of course, that best of 5 and that best of 7 action in the grand finals. But then again, stage 5 qualification is on the line. A 2 million prize pool is going to be allocated for that event itself, AJ.
$2 million prize pool. My goodness, I don't even want to start converting what's the top prize going to give you in Malaysian ringgit. Unfortunately, we don't have any Malaysian teams qualifying through for the playoffs. But we do have Singapore, we do have the Philippines, of course, Thailand, as well as Indonesia representing their individual nations. And it is amazing to see the quality that we always get out of the Philippines. In the playoffs, we've got 2 Filipino squads. We've got Smart Omega as well as Blacklist Ultimate. We also talked about some teams hiding away strats, but there will be no room for hiding any strats. Everything will be on the table. Every single play matters. Every single round matters. Every single match matters. You guys have seen the group stage of a single round robin where every single team plays against the other teams within their group. And that's just all 3 matches that they need to go through. But at the playoffs, they go through a double elimination, best of 5, and for a cracker of a grand finals, both teams who do make it to the grand finals will qualify for stage 5, but they will battle it out in a best of 7. So we get to find out, true and true, who exactly is the mightiest in Garena.
Oh, well, exactly. It's going to be Group B that's going to have more of the powerful players, the powerful squads in here. But you already know, once we go into the playoffs, everyone's going to be equal. I mean, You got ABC Esports, who truly came out of nowhere and beat the MSP squads, managing to sweep Blacklist International Ultimate and Almighty with that gentleman sweep that they actually executed. And well, these stories are going to continue at the playoffs. And of course, more than likely, what we're going to see is the redemption of Blacklist International Ultimate in here, AJ. Can they defend their title without Yato in there? Will they be able to finally show what their true capabilities are? Because at that Group A group stage, they continuously struggled up against Huntsman, Almighty, and ABC Esports. And eventually, they had to put a lot of things in their favor at that playoff, especially whoever they go up against with.
Yeah, and every single team that goes out there as they try to play their best of matches, we also have to acknowledge that some of the teams have got a brand new roster to work with. And if you are Blacklist Ultimate, you unfortunately are one of those unfortunate ones who are in the playoffs with a brand new team to find that chemistry and the best of plays with. Every other squad, to their own accord, has managed to prepare for this stage much, much earlier, And Smart Omega, for example, they started preparing for stage 5 like way in advance when they acquired the one and only Jeff Pro from the Indonesian scene. And that's exactly how long the not Smart Omega, Almighty. That's exactly how long the Singaporeans have been working on their next opportunity down at stage 5. And Jeff Pro, when he first started off on the team, he wasn't an almighty slayer just yet, no pun intended. But, match after match, competition after competition, he found that chemistry along with the other players, and now he is one of the top slayers on the team. That's how long you have to work on team chemistry. You can't just jump in with a brand new matchup of 5 players or lineup of 5 players on your side, expecting to dominate out there on the battlefield. Communication is key. And sometimes when you're new, you really got to get used to the communication within your squad itself, which clearly is tough for some of the teams out there.
Yeah, exactly right. Especially with teams who doesn't really have any boot camp where they can actually play alongside with each other. That's going to be a total disadvantage in here. So hopefully for AMT, this is Heaven's final run. Maybe they might be able to use that boot camp to their total advantage, like what we've seen before to them when they were competing at 2021. And well, it's going to be a different year in here. And of course, a lot of different engagements are going to happen in that playoff stage. And of course, there's a lot of things to really talk about. And of course, with that being said, map picks are going to be very important for these squads out here. And for the past 6 days that we actually have, we will be having the playoff track actually right on screen here. So you do have ABC Esports and Smart Omega having a playoff bye. So they're going to be the top seed. And you do see WDC FREESLOT and Blacklist International Ultimate heading in to that. I don't think that's going to be the upper bracket quarterfinals. Yeah. And with that said, you also have Almighty going up against Dunya Games. So there's a lot of things to really see actually in this game. And with this actually said and done, you got the schedule. So the teams obviously will find ways to get more information about the team that they're going up against. With thus, the map bans and picks are going to be very important in a best of 5.
Yeah, finally, Blacklist Ultimate gets a piece of WDC FREESLOT. They will be able to see exactly how the Thai players play out there on the battlefield. And in that one series, we will be able to identify whether or not Blacklist is hiding away strats or if they truly are nerfed in this stage 4 competition. Depending on how that matchup goes, we will be able to pretty much figure out and guess if or not Blacklist is going to have a strong chance of defending their title down at stage 5. There's a huge probability that they're not even going to make it there, looking at the kind of quality that we have up in here for the top 6 for our playoffs. And of course, the second series, Almighty versus Dunya Games. This is pretty much a opportunity for Almighty themselves to prove themselves as well out there in the battlefield. They have managed to engage with ABC Esports, and ABC Esports weren't really, very forgiving out there on the battlefield. But as we hop on in here to the next part of our competition, Callie, let's see exactly what these players have got for us, because like I said earlier on, moving forward, this competition is just going to get so much more tougher to deal with.
Yeah, preparations are going to be very important for these squads out there. They do have 1 day of rest in here just to maybe study what the opponents playstyle are going to be like when they move up there in the playoffs. And again, with these regions actually playing apart from playing against each other, there's going to be different playstyle that's going to be allocated inside this map. But one thing more than likely that you guys are going to see is this code right here. This is the calling card high speed. It's going to be unlimited until the live stream is up and running. So make sure you claim all that. But moving on, Smart Omega and ABC Esports, they get the playoff bye. So with that said, they're going to have an advantage moving into that playoffs. So it's totally how they use this to their advantage. Maybe they win and prepare to whoever actually wins the upper bracket quarterfinals, AJ.
I mean, Smart Omega, they've already managed to prove themselves once against a Indonesian team. This is just doing it all over again. If Dunia Games could really dominate ABC, why cannot Smart Omega get that done a little bit later on? Almighty, of course, is going to have quite the tough time dealing with the teams out there. We've seen their performance in the competition so far, and although it's good, it's just not as perfect as we have seen Almighty in the past. A lot of weaknesses detected here at stage 4, and it's just so confusing, man, because once again, all of the data that we have, all of the information that we have based on their previous engagements, it's mostly within the MSP scene. For the Indonesians, it's within the Indonesian scene. You throw all of them into this perfect, chopper block of matches throughout all of those regions in Garena, and it's just a whole mighty mess. ABC Esports looks like one of the more perfect ones alongside WDC FREESLOT, but obviously we still have a little bit more questions to be thrown out there by the community. Hopefully you guys caught a little bit of that screenshot. A lot of you guys have been waiting for the giveaway of the day. If you had missed it, you can still rewind the broadcast on YouTube, so there's nothing much to worry about at all. What a day it has been, Callie. This is the final day of the group stage, and I think we enjoyed it thoroughly.
Well, man, I was dying of laughter at the end of the game. I just can't seem to believe that I'm actually cheering for NGU at the end. And, well, they deserve it, man. The love, the fight that this Taiwan squad actually put out there, basically immense. But now that everything is all set at the group stage, we have finally concluded our final 6 teams. And, AJ, I think you have to end this.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Tomorrow is a day of break, but the following day we will continue with the playoffs for the Garena Regional Qualifiers. I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Cali Gaming, and also on behalf of Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, and Broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for lighting up the chat. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Thank you for entertaining us. Have a good night and goodbye.